Good morning. If you've just joined us, we'll be getting started in one moment. We're just letting everyone who was in the wait room, we're admitting them into the main room. Good morning. If you've just joined us, we'll be getting started momentarily as soon as everyone from the wait room has been admitted into the meeting room. All right, good morning. Today is Tuesday, July 27th, 2021. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker.
Present.
Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Commissioner Briggs.
Present.
Commissioner Kalanche.
Here.
Commissioner Sobroff. He's present. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Welcome to everyone who has joined us this morning. Before we begin our agenda today, a few reminders. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda for public comment, to which we will dedicate a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. And at the request of the speaker may be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public can participate in the public comment portion of this meeting in a number of different ways. The public can, in advance of any meeting, submit written public comment to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. If you've logged into this Zoom call today, you can raise your virtual hand and you will be placed in queue for public comment. Or if you have called into the Zoom number associated with this meeting that is listed on the agenda, you can press *9 if you wish to speak on an agenda item. Of course, if you wish to just listen, you can do that too, and you can call into the phone numbers listed on the agenda that are designated for listening purposes only. With that, I will turn to our agenda, and the report of the Chief of Police is item 1 on the agenda. Chief Moore, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Madam President, members of the Commission, Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. T-Fank. As I do each week, I'm going to report on a COVID-19 update, significant events, including any categorical uses of force or in custody deaths, crime statistics, and personnel strength. Regarding COVID, much as we've seen in this region, we continue to see an uptick in the number of positive COVID cases in Los Angeles, in LAPD, with 2,760 of our personnel now having tested positive for COVID. That's an additional 33 from last week. At home, we have 81 of our personnel recovering, that's an increase of 18 from last week. Return to work, I'm thankful for 2,692 of our personnel that are back. That's an increase of 7 individuals. However, we still have 1 individual who's in very critical condition and hospitalized, and I'm hopeful for her recovery. And we are closely monitoring the changing landscape as to the vaccination and the requirements. I've had conversations with Mayor Garcetti, and I know that I understand the mayor's team is working with labor across the city for vaccination protocols, and we're paying, again, close attention to that. Yesterday, I also issued, as I do frequently, a chief's message on various issues impacting our operations. It's a matter of keeping our people informed. And one of the issues was the topic of vaccinations, encouraging our personnel to take the vaccine, that it's a critical lifeline for their safety as well as their family. In addition to the 9 of our personnel that we've lost to COVID, we've also lost 3 spouses of individuals, of department members that we believe picked up the COVID-19 virus from their spouse. So this is a real and present danger to our personnel as well as to members of their families and those they come in contact, and certainly also in our engagement with the public. So we will continue to stress the importance of the vaccine. I'm also thankful for DWP. Yesterday, they opened up their department to vaccinations for employees. While most of our employees, or all of our employees, have access through their own private healthcare provider, we're trying to find every opportunity to encourage their participation in the vaccination process. Let me transition to some events. Last week, I spoke to some degree of detail relative to the events, the unfortunate explosion involving the bomb squad operation in the Newton area. And questions came up as to the handling of the recovery and the aftermath of that. And I wanted to provide a brief update. We continue to work alongside Emergency Management Department, who's charged with the overall recovery of this incident, the loss of residences, the businesses that were impacted, the injuries to the individuals involved. We're also working very closely with Councilmember Price and his staff. Councilmember Price has done tremendous work in organizing the city's resources, working with the mayor's office as well as the city attorney's office, building and safety, DWP, the entire whole of the city, if you will, to do everything possible to restore conditions back to some sense of normalcy. I am happy to report that 14 families have returned to their homes, and that all the businesses along San Pedro have reopened. Traffic on 27th Street was reopened yesterday after officers had reached out and spoke with the residents to ensure that they were ready for that, for the return of typical traffic up and down that street. Additionally, our senior leads as well as our command officers out of Newton continue to walk that street, making periodic calls with those that have been impacted by this. We're presently now moving into the next phase where long-term housing for those that were in structures that cannot be reoccupied at this moment. They're moving into some into some long-term corporate housing, if you will, for lack of a better term, out of motels and hotels and into more of a residential setting with kitchens and other provisions for the families as they await the repair of their structures. That's a total of 29 units that have been rented for the families to ensure that they have stability in their home as we look forward to the full recovery. Newton and Operation Central Bureau, my thanks to Deputy Chief Al Labrada, who's participated in daily calls with the Emergency Management Department and the other members of the city family to closely track the recovery efforts and ensure that we're here to fully support any needs and anything that we can do. In addition to that, I'm proud of their work because they've also coordinated with various communities, faith and NGOs that have stepped into this discussion and asked for how they could help these residents. They provided generators, they provided various school supplies as well as some furnishings, and that effort will continue in the days ahead. Let me move over to the next area I'd like to discuss, and that is about an organization that we have partnered with, and I want to thank Commander Ruby Flores, our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, as well as Deputy Chief Regina Scott. They joined with an organization called Sense LA, and this is an organization that was created by Mr. Gabriel Kahn, as well as an MIT professor, Alex Solcomb. And this process is utilizing creative assemblies to enable individuals within communities to identify and address concerns of mutual interest. It's essentially a days of dialogue, but they use a methodology that's unique to Sense LA, and that they use the arts and they use visualization. And this is a process that has worked in other organizations and other efforts around the city, and not just policing. But once we learned of it, we invited them and them to us to engage in a racial equity police advancing interactive reform. It's a long phrase called REPAIR. And the purpose is to help the department work with our community and move forward together through a series of structured sessions. There's been 6 of those to date, with 2 of them this last weekend. It involves 12 South Los Angeles community members and 12 police officers out of South Bureau. They work from community relations to traffic officers, to just general patrol and in officers that are in the field. This sessions break down. Forgive my ask for your patience on this, as it's important. The sessions break down into two major sessions. One involving just the community members themselves, talking about instances of police engagement and what are the underlying themes and their concerns. And then officers, similarly, a dialogue session that's facilitated by members of Sense LA to come up with their themes or their emerging issues. From the police officers, their visualization exercises and keywords, they came up with emerging themes of care and responsibility. This past weekend, those two groups came together in two different sessions, two different sets of individuals. And the community members ranged in age from 18 years of age to 60. And the communities and officers worked collaboratively to continue their visualization exercise and expound it to new keywords. And the emergency themes that came from those discussions was police accountability, duty to intervene, and racial profiling. The next process of this is a walk and talk session where these two groups will be brought back together, and they'll have a 45-minute walk and talk, if you will, in a community setting to continue to develop relationships, continue to build trust between each other, and an awareness and perception of each other, and with the joint effort of finding avenues forward that they can work together in improving public safety, improving the perception of policing, but also ensuring that the perceptions of the community are addressed by actions of our officers. I want to thank Sense LA for their continued investment in LAPD and in this initiative to build trust in our communities at such a critical time. The other significant event I want to talk about, and this is in advance of a number of officer-involved shootings and leeries that we've had this week, I want to talk about an event that happened just yesterday. It happened in the northeast area of the LAPD, where earlier in the day in the Hollenbeck area, an adjoining area, patrol units responded to a threat of suicide in the 3600 block of Castella Avenue. There, they met with the sister of an individual who had called the police, stating that her brother wanted to commit suicide by cop or suicide by an officer. The individual was identified as a 55-year-old male Hispanic, and the sister was concerned because he owned a handgun and had become depressed. In the midst of the officers conducting that investigation, about 20 minutes later, this individual walked into the northeast area front desk. And at that time, we had an officer that was working the desk alone and was on the phone with another community member. When the officer turned to greet the individual told the officer he had a gun and then removed it and pointed it at the officer. The officer drew his handgun and ordered the suspect, to put the gun on the ground. The officer put out a help call, and the individual, who was approximately 10 to 12 feet away from the officer, initially put the handgun on the floor and then picked it up, pointed it at his head, and walked out of the station. Several officers responded and followed the individual out into the street. They continued to discuss with him their efforts to have him cooperate and put the gun on the ground and surrender. Fortunately, eventually he did, and he was taken into custody. He was taken into custody with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, and the weapon was unloaded. I'm thankful that he survived this encounter, as did our officers. We are working with his mental health history, as well as he was initially booked for assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. It is my hope that we'll get this individual the necessary help given this encounter, so that such an incident doesn't happen again. During this period of time, we did have, as I remarked earlier, 2 officer-involved shootings with hits, a law enforcement-related injury, and an in-custody death. Regarding the officer-involved shooting, the first occurred on the 20th of July at approximately 11:38 at night in the 300 block of West Avenue 26. This is in the Hollenbeck area. Their uniformed Hollenbeck officers responded to a radio call of a man with a knife. The officers arrived and made contact with the individual, who was later identified as Mr. Edward Joseph Rubio, a male Hispanic, 51 years of age. As the officers directed Mr. Joseph to exit the residence, he stood up from a living room couch and charged at the officers reportedly. The officers deployed to another location within the hallway. As officers ordered the individual to exit the apartment, he he exited armed with a large kitchen knife and charged at the officers, resulting in a taser deployment by an officer, as well as an officer-involved shooting by another officer. Mr. Joseph was struck by the taser and one gunshot to the hip and was taken into custody. He was transported to a nearby hospital for his gunshot wound and the removal of the taser dart. He is in stable condition and will survive this injury. A 6-inch butcher knife was recovered at the scene. Unfortunately, no officers were injured during this incident. The next event was a law enforcement related injury that occurred on the 21st of July at approximately 5 p.m. in the afternoon in the 5100 block of East Huntington Drive. This also is in the Hollenbeck area. There, uniformed officers from Hollenbeck responded to a radio call of an individual who attempted to stab a female Hispanic and was armed with a knife. The officers arrived and were directed to the individual identified as Mr. Antonio Marco Amaya. Mr. Amaya refused to comply. The 6 officers deployed around the individual and gave him commands to drop the knife. The suspect refused to comply, and resulting in one officer deploying a taser with negative results. Once the taser proved to be ineffective, another officer deployed a beanbag shotgun and fired 4 rounds at the individual. One of the beanbag rounds deflected off the shoulder of the individual and into his jaw. He remained standing and would not comply with the officer's direction to drop the knife. Following the deployment of the beanbag, another officer deployed a second taser. This resulted in this individual going to the ground and being taken into custody without further incident. He was transported to a nearby hospital where he was admitted and being treated for a broken jaw. We believe as a result of the unintentional head strike by the beanbag shotgun. A 3-inch folding knife was recovered at the scene, and no other individuals were injured as a result of that incident. In regards to the in-custody death, this happened in the Van Nuys jail, the Valley Jail section, on the 24th of July at approximately 3:20 in the afternoon. There, Valley Jail section personnel were conducting a detention check and noticed that the decedent, later identified as Miss Amanda Thornberry, a female white, approximately 29 years of age, was in her room alone, on her bed and unresponsive. The detention officer reported the emergency and obtained medical attention from the jail dispensary. Both medical staff and the detention officer began to render medical aid while the watch commander requested a rescue ambulance. LA fire personnel did respond and determine the decedent's time of death on scene. This is a force investigation division or investigation as a result of this incident. 2 last matters in regards to officer-involved shootings. The next one is specific, involving an officer-involved shooting with a hit. It occurred yesterday at approximately 6 a.m. in the 3700 block of Berry Avenue. There's an apartment there. There, Pacific patrol officers responded to a radio call of a hot prowl burglary. This is essentially an individual breaking into a home that is occupied by someone there at the time of the break-in. Upon the officer's arrival, they heard yelling and observed a suspect, an individual later identified as Herman Gonzalez, male Hispanic, 58 years, through a broken window of the apartment. Mr. Gonzalez was in the front living room, allegedly armed with a large kitchen knife and reportedly holding the knife against his elderly mother, shielding himself from behind her as he walked towards the front door of the apartment. The officers gave Mr. Gonzalez multiple commands to drop the knife. However, he refused to comply, and which resulted in an officer-involved shooting. Mr. Gonzalez was struck by gunfire and succumbed to his injuries at the scene. The knife was recovered from the location. No one else was injured during this incident, and Force Investigations is investigating this as well as these other matters. Last incident is an officer-involved shooting that happened just last night at approximately 10:50 p.m. in the Rampart area, in the area of Union Avenue and Pico Boulevard. Very preliminarily, Rampart uniform officers responded to a radio call of a man with a knife. Upon arrival, the officers observed an individual, later identified as Samuel Soto, a male Hispanic, 43 years of age, holding a knife. The officers gave Mr. Soto's commands. However, he refused to comply, and an officer-involved shooting resulted. Mr. Soto was struck by gunfire and taken into custody. He was transported by a rescue ambulance to a local hospital for treatment and is expected to survive his injuries. A knife and cellular telephone was recovered at scene. No one else was injured during this incident, and this, as the other instances, will be investigated by Force Investigation Division. With these incidences, we now have a total of 3 in custody deaths this year. Our last year, this time there was 0, and our average is just over 2 over a 4-year average. In regards to officer-involved shootings, we now have a total of 23 officer-involved shootings. Last year at this time, that number was 16, and our 4-year average is approximately just under 21. Our fatals, we have 9 fatal officer-involved shootings. Last year at this time, that number was 5, and our 4-year average is just over 7. Moving over to crime, the crime report that I'll give today is a summary that we still are pressed with an increase in shooting violence and homicides in the city of Los Angeles. 44 additional homicides this year versus last, and a total of 250 additional shooting victims this year versus last. For overall violent crime increase of 5.4% is entirely in the areas of homicides and aggravated assaults. We continue to see a decrease of 3.5% in robberies, and sexual assaults are down just under 15%. In regards to property crime, we continue to see reductions in thefts, burglary, theft from vehicles, as well as residential and commercial burglaries. Overall, property crime is down 7.1%. The one area of challenge there is motor vehicle thefts. However, that is, as would be announced, it would be discussed or described as decreasing at an increasing rate. Earlier this year, that the motor vehicle theft increase was in the double digits, and each week it has continued to be lessened, and right now we're at a 5.7% increase. In our efforts to impact violent crime, I'm tasked with Office of Special Operations as well as the Office of Operations to come up with a summer violent crime reduction plan and strategies, as well as our community engagement and outreach, which is critical. The latter aspect, speaking to the value and the power of prevention, stopping these events from occurring in the first place, whether it be property crime, which is many times entirely within the capacity of the victim to lock it, hide it, keep it, to exercise good preventative techniques. But in the area of violent crime, is the communities working with the police and with our interventionists and others to quell this spasm, this increase in violence. Last week, I reported about the instances of senseless violence involving, in one instance, the death of a clerk at a Rite Aid. Last night, an individual we believe responsible for that, surrendered and is presently being booked into the charged with murder in the death of that clerk. I want to thank the public for stepping forward and working with the department and identifying those responsible for gun violence. It's critical that while arrests are up for homicide by more than 50%, and our gun arrests are up by 130%, that we're not going to arrest our way out of this. We do need to ensure accountability. We do need to ensure that as shooting victims and other violent crimes occur, that communities are working with the police to identify those responsible. That is the primary way in which we'll see those instances reduced. Because in the absence of that accountability, there's very little or no motivation for the person to stop their impact on the safety of the community. However, enforcement does count. Our people matter. And this over the next 90 days, as we have in previous years, we'll be using added staffing in our uniform and investigative units to impact this increase in violent crime. Presently, we solve about 20% of our shooting victims. Our homicide clearance rate is just under 70% this year. But our shooting victims, with 250 additional, we need to ensure that the public is working with us and us with the public to identify those responsible so that we can stop further acts of violence. I believe that our investment over this next 90 days, centering on what works, what we know as far as enforcement, what we know as far as community engagement and a uniform presence in our communities, holds some promise to stem the tide of this increase that is occurring not just here, but across the country. My lasting concern on that is that the reversal of fortune, if you will, this pandemic, the Delta variant and its negative impact on our community, I fear is going to cause us to go back into separation and back into some isolation, which is the last that we need right now. I understand the need to protect people from this variant, but we're just now getting gang reduction youth development interventionists into hospitals alongside beds, alongside families. to quell retaliation, to try to dispel rumors and myths, and to encourage people not to engage in violent crime and violent acts against one another. So I'm worried about that. A month ago, I had much more hope and promise that as we came through the summer that we'd see a reopening of the aperture, but this variant and its impact and increasing rate of this virus gives me some pause. So again, it goes back to the importance of the vaccine, that the importance of all of us leaning in together to get through this pandemic. Sworn staffing stands at 9,424. We did start a July 5th class, and we have a schedule to start an August 2nd class of an additional 60 personnel to help stem and meet the attrition that is ongoing through typical retirements and separations. We have 2,702 civilians, 403 reserves, and 1,248 cadets. And that concludes my report, so I appreciate your patience. It was an extended report today.
Thank you very much, Chief, for that report. Much appreciated, and in particular, getting an update on where the gang reduction youth development teams are in terms of getting back out on the street. Chief, I have a more big picture question for you as you gave us all these statistics, both on the status of crime throughout the city and the statistics related to OIS's, the number of fatals, the number of in custody deaths, all of those numbers. I know you are always looking at very carefully to identify not just trends, but solutions. And I wonder if you could just give us a broad overview as you look at crime in the intersection with the OISs, if you could give us some of your perspective on the intersection of all this data that you're giving us and what it means for our city and where we go from here.
Thank you. I do think that the increased level of violence that we're seeing in the street has a potential of impacting the level of force that our officers are confronted with. We see, for instance, the instances of robberies in our streets today, a much higher instance of those robberies involving guns, firearms. We saw a road rage yesterday where a man got into a dispute with another man in the West Valley portion of the city. In that dispute, the bicyclist took out a gun, shot and killed the man. So the intersection, I believe, that we're seeing right now is the presence of guns and also the presence of knives, and that the increased levels of individuals' willingness to use that. Mental health is also a key component here, and our efforts with reminding our people with edge weapon protocols, supervisor, time, distance, cover, using less lethal and having those resources available, the ability to slow situations and instances down so that we can attempt to de-escalate. Those are recurring and ongoing conversations with our personnel. There are instances in which I'm seeing now individuals that are running at or toward officers armed with their weapons, which admittedly impacts the officer's ability to de-escalate because of their ability to get away or to reposition themselves. It is an expectation that officers reposition themselves, as you know, with the patrol acronym. But we are looking closely at each of these instances. We also, as we form the critical incident videos and they're being released, the 72-hour brief that I'll receive, as well as those critical incident videos, are being also debriefed in roll calls and in front with our people in advance, of course, of judgments of whether those use of force meet the standards of the Los Angeles Police Department, but just from a perspective of showing our workforce real life instances and discuss what are reminding and refreshing what our expectations are for command control, for organizing efforts to de-escalate and attempt to avoid having to resort to lethal force, or for that matter, other force.
Thank you, Chief. Colleagues, questions for the Chief of Police? Mr. Soboroff, Commissioner Soboroff, go ahead, sir. Madam Secretary, could you assist Mr.
I got it, thanks. Chief, we all know that the department, when there's a categorical use of force, has family support liaisons who engage. And sometimes the families want to engage or sometimes they don't, but we have that. What is your advice to the hundreds and hundreds of families of homicide victims to reach out to be helped? And how do you think that appropriate help for these families and for the victims who live can be one of the helpful mechanisms in stopping retaliation or knocking down these numbers? Where do people go when someone in their family, because we read about it, we see these aren't in the numbers of 2s and 5s and 10s, and these are in the number of hundreds. Where do they go? What help is available to them?
There is victims assistance programs available in each of the 21 areas. The program is overseen both by the district attorney's office as well as the city attorney's office that have counseling services as well as other resources available to help a family emotionally and when necessary financially recover from the impact of hospital bills, lost wages, lost means of employment. There are also support groups. The South Bureau has the survivors of homicide, of shooting violence, as community groups that do meet and talk to help each other, to recognize that it has been said by Ms. Hawkins and others that you're a member of a club that no one wants to be a part of, an organization because you lost a son or daughter to gun violence. I'm proud of the work of City Attorney Fuhrer and Southeast, and now extending into 77th. We're working with the Children's Institute, has the children exposed to gun violence. I believe that's generationally a pivotal part of our community stopping further acts of violence. Because as Second Call Skip Townsend would say, hurt people hurt people. And I think that gun violence where children are exposed to it and then left that trauma unaddressed through professional counselors and outreach that's currently being engaged by the Children's Institute through that program offers us the best opportunity for that family to recover from that violent spasm, that violent incident, many times involving family members. And how do we transition that family through that ordeal with the hopes of not seeing the cycle of family violence repeat? Because we do know and see, the studies are there, that there is a nature of that is at times is passed from one generation to the next.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Other questions for the Chief of Police, Commissioners? Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you very much, Chief. I just wanted to go back to the 27th Street incident quickly. If you know offhand, fine. If you don't, maybe you can just have somebody send something that comments on the number of families that are remain displaced in some capacity. And I'm curious, I know that you had given some of the numbers before, but what do we know about the nature of the damage that may have been sustained to their homes, and how are those repairs going? Are people being moved back in as repairs are completed, or are they being forced to stay out for some particular period of time? But if you have a comment on any of that,
yes. Fine. So the number of residential structures that are currently not occupied are 16. There is an apartment complex where 14 families were quote unquote allowed to return, but I'm told that the owner of that building is resisting that because of some legal issues over the repairs. I'm not clear on that, what has happened in that instance and those instances in which people cannot return to their home yet because repairs are still being undertaken, is the 29 units that are being rented, long-term corporate housing units that have been rented for those individuals. And that will continue for the foreseeable future. So the numbers again is there's 14 plus the 16 there. I think that comes to 30. But there are also some families that have multiple families living within units themselves. But that's the scale of what we're still working through.
Okay, so when someone is, when a family is displaced, that strikes me again as something more than a broken window that's got to be replaced or a door that was off a hinge. And what's the nature of the damage to their homes that's causing the delay in getting them back in?
It's my understanding that it is windows and door frames, that type of structural damage. There were two buildings that were red tagged initially that at the base of that explosion. The others are these. There was initially a number of yellow tag buildings that just needed the recovery, the removal of debris, glass and debris. And it's my understanding that that has been accomplished. But there are some of these windows, and forgive me, the question about the length of building materials getting there and getting trades in order to install those repairs. That is, I'm not prepared to talk about that today. I'll certainly ask Chief Labrada, working with EMD, to have a better understanding. But what was important is that initial housing that came from CD9 and the Red Cross was some motel settings that were not sufficient. And I'm thankful that the city housing department, at the request of CD9, Councilmember Price, as well as the mayor's office, has stepped into that space and are now providing housing, which is really the necessary step to ensure that they have suitable accommodations that allow them to exist there while these repairs are being made.
Right, but I'm sure at the end of the day, I mean, people really much prefer to be back in their own homes, is what I think is a safe assumption. Which, again, part of what I'm just trying to understand is the nature of damages that has been described, at least to me, don't strike me as the kind of damages that take were about almost a month. I know there was a period of time when there was a crime scene and then some of the investigation and so on, but it is almost a month now. And given the nature of damage that you've described, it just doesn't strike me as the kind of thing that should take that long for to keep people out of their homes, unless they're mired in city procurement processes and other kinds of bureaucracy that comes with the government responding. So
the note I have here is that the materials are on back order. Again, I'll work with, I'll ask Chief Labrada, who is working with in close coordination with EMD on the stash report, to get a little more detail as to the nature of this impediment.
Appreciate that. Second question is about, you made reference to some of the crime reduction strategies. I know some of which we had an opportunity to discuss briefly yesterday, and I was reflecting on the recent grant that we approved, I believe it was last week. This is for the safety program in Southeast. And the question what I clarified, I think yesterday, was that that's the subject of an ongoing grant that supports those activities that were described there. And I think the broader question is can you give us some sense, either now or maybe someone can send a comment on, if you look across the board at all of the various crime reduction strategies that are either in play now or that you're contemplating, and I'm speaking primarily to those in the hotspot areas where historically or currently there's some increased level of gun violence in particular. But the question is how much of that activity is reflected, through the ongoing appropriations process that's funded with city resources versus programs that are in some way contingent or dependent on grants. I think in this case it was a federal grant. But do you have any general sense of that in terms of one interest is just putting that in perspective in terms of what that level is. And then obviously associated with that is just to make sure there isn't some activity or effort that's important that may be disrupted in some way or may not be occurring in some way because there's an element of outside funding that may or may not be available.
Yeah, so thank you, great question. The bulk of our work, and whether it be community engagement, investigative efforts, enforcement, are city funded. Grants and additional provisions are certainly a much smaller percentage. I would think less than 10% in the overall delivery of this. But it's an important 10% because it allows us to engage in strengthening the underlying strategies or expand those strategies. Examples would be the effort with Project Safe Neighborhood, where we can, in addition to having daily crime intel briefing, understanding what known offenders and chronic individuals may be and how they're engaged and where those crimes are occurring, we can augment staffing with some added overtime. Now, the question is, do you do that with uniform officers or do you do that with investigative resources? And we're leaning more towards the investigative resources to identifying the underlying individuals, recognizing that the hotspot presence, if you will, just being there, is a very expensive engagement. And if we can spend more time working with our community to identify those responsible and apprehending them, then we take off the street that individual who is, that we believe, the smaller number of individuals that are creating a large majority of violent crime. Additional to that effort is the FBI and their efforts with Project Safe Neighborhood, where they'll allow us to, with funding. Now, this last year, we did not have that. I'm hopeful for this year that there will be funding, which will allow us to go out and identify and apprehend people responsible for homicides. In South Bureau, that those earlier years' efforts was very productive, and allowing, again, as a force multiplier, additional investigators to not only identify, but in many instances where we know who the identity of the individual is, to actually investigate the apprehension. Just because the identity of a suspect is known doesn't mean that the person's automatically just removed from the field. So investigative work on that is also important. Lastly, we're still in the exploratory stage on two issues. One, well, not two issues. One, the DA's office and their assignment of district attorneys and DA investigators to 3 commands: Newton, Foothill, and Mission. That is just in its infancy, and I'm hopeful that that program is going to allow us to solve more shooting violence and identify those responsible and bring them before the criminal justice system as a way of deterring further violence and reducing further violence. The second one is much more in a formative stage, and that is with President Biden's announcement that of a gun trafficking task force here in Los Angeles, and working with Special Agent in Charge Monique Villegas and our U.S. Attorney to build a task force that will identify the sources of guns into the city. As I remarked, I believe it was yesterday with you, last year, the number of shooting victims each day in the city of Los Angeles was 19 shooting victims per week. This year, that number is 28. So what's critical is that we identify those that are pulling those triggers, and also identify the means of which they're coming into possession of those handguns and firearms, so we can deter further violence. These grant programs augment underlying core functions of the organization, and it's an important combination.
So just one more follow up on that, if I might. You made reference then to FBI and the district attorney and some others. Is there, or I should say, what is the mechanism or the process for ensuring some level of alignment, among those various resources to understand, what level of priority is being given across various agencies, and just to, get the greatest level of impact?
So it's communications. It's open lines of understanding with my counterparts. I meet regularly with the FBI's director here, the ATF, the DEA, so our federal partners. I also speak with, and we speak as a department with Bureau of Justice Assistance and Christian Mahoney, and understanding what grants are being prioritized and how they go to reducing violent crime here in America, not just Los Angeles, and how they might be opportunities there for LAPD to learn and also bolster our abilities. We work with the Criminal Justice Committee, the CCJCC, at a county level. That's where Chief of Detectives Chris Pitcher attended yesterday to talk about and coordinate probation, public defender, district attorney, LA County chiefs, all of us together, and what are the enforcement profiles, what are the strategies that we're using, what are we experiencing in different parts of the county of 10 million, and how can we coordinate our work together moving forward. And then lastly, our work as a chief with IECP, major city chiefs, and Cal chiefs is a learning and listening session, as well as a discussion about and prioritizing what we need from the state and the federal government. We could go Wednesday. I met with Mayor Garcetti and 13 of the largest California cities with Governor Newsom, and talked about violent crime here in California, particularly in LA County and LA City, and what our needs and what our description of the underlying problems. And this was in advance of him signing a bill extending legislation on prohibiting commercial thefts. But clearly he heard from all the chiefs our concerns for this increase in gun violence, what we think is fueling it, and the importance of CDCR, California Department of Corrections, parole, probation, and even the custody themselves of individuals who are responsible for this violence being assured, so that the sense of safety in the street is improved, but also the sense of accountability, because there is that underlying element right now where there's some belief. I hear this frequently from our personnel and even some community members, that there's a sense that with zero bail and with the pandemic, that the criminal justice system is ineffective in deterring those that are responsible for this violence, and that is allowing others to feel that this is a time in which they can exploit that. So we need to change that.
So I appreciate that, and just so I can close it off in the interest of time, what I would appreciate is I have a continuing interest in the you mentioned, that you have a lot of dialogue with your counterparts. There's a number of agencies you mentioned that are in discussion, and the one question that comes to mind is, really the level of alignment. In other words, is it if you were putting all that together, are you seeing, all these allied agencies essentially moving in the same direction in some, coordinated fashion, or are there broad differences in priorities? And not asking to take up, too much more time on it here, but that's what I'd appreciate just some general sense of is that an echo chamber, essentially where everyone is in agreement and moving forward, or do you really have some really good dialogue, really on pointed differences and different approaches?
Well, I think an echo chamber it would be a negative. An echo chamber is, just for myopic, and we're not paying attention to other
certainly
voices.
Certainly not the intent. I'm really saying, is there a rich dialogue?
Yes.
Is really what I'm wondering.
Yes, this is, we challenge LA County chiefs. We're looking for opportunities. I think general alignment is there. Concerns about criminal justice reform, well-intended, but leaving much to be desired as far as community supervision and dealing with persons experiencing mental health, mental illness, issues of homelessness. There's general alignment along all those lines. And at the same time, I think, it is always a matter of hearing a dissident voice, someone that comes at it from a different point, and trying to understand, perhaps we're missing something here. And to that aspect, lastly, I am impressed by criminal justice professionals up and down the state that recognize this is not, while this moment is here before us, it's not just an enforcement moment. It is also the importance of community engagement, building trust, and getting other parts of this entire society to address these, what we're seeing here, that we're not going to rest our way out of this. But at the same time, there is a need for accountability when we see the types of instances of violence that we do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Any further questions of the Chief of Police, commissioners? Seeing no, Commissioner Kalanche, please.
I have a quick question, Chief. Can you provide us some data, crime data, connected to like CSP sites? Like, is there a concentration of crime around the sites, or there's no crime? Just kind of a sense of like, we have a extra added resources in those areas. So if you can provide us some data, crime data around the CSP sites, that would be super helpful.
Absolutely, Commissioner. Well, we actually track that very closely with Chief Tangarides and working in concert with those 10 sites. They're not all uniform, the ebb and flow, if you will. but certainly their sites and then the surrounding areas is information that we regularly track and analyze. And I will ask Chief Tangarides to meet with you to provide you with that information.
And what do you mean by not all uniform?
Well, I mean that with 10 different sites, San Fernando Gardens compared to Jordan Down, compared to Nickerson or South Park. We've seen this past year, for instance, some of those instances of some of those sites seeing a reduction in violent crime, and others have seen a spasm or seen disputes that have arisen. For instance, just yesterday we were talking about this in Jordan Downs, which saw a series of homicides that I'm sorry, I think it was actually Nickerson that saw a series of homicides that were disputes. Arrests have been made in each of the instances of those we believe responsible, and actually we believe that the arrests were made and we were able to solve those crimes because the community did not felt that it was, justice needed to be served and stepped forward and provided information, critical information, to allow us to identify those persons responsible.
Got it. So
that's another attribute of.
So they're all different when it comes to crime, but not the investment. The investment is uniform.
That's correct.
Can you add to your report or just the data and I guess I can follow up with Chief Tangarides, the other HACLA sites that to see like the comparing like HACLA sites that do not have CSP, like what the crime is. I'm just curious to see what the difference is.
Yeah, so why don't we ask her and Joel to sit down with you when we define HACLA sites, whether these are the housing developments, because HACLA has so much other Section 8 housing. And, yeah, so I think, but be happy to.
Okay, so I can request it, but I think it would be great to have a report to the rest of the commission.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Calanche, if I may ask you if you could do the initial review, be sure the information's ready for a full report to the commission, and then Mr. Tifang can work on scheduling a broader report to the commission. As you noted, I think everyone would be interested in hearing that. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, commissioners, of the Chief of Police? Very well. Madam Secretary, let's move to public comment. Please open the queue and call on the first speaker.
Okay, our first speaker is caller ending 3146, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Public input, the chief, 5A, few things like that.
Okay,
3 minutes.
Okay, great. Now I'd like to talk again about Rosanowski and the Leary that we're dealing with today at 5A. So the officer had stated on the cam that it was going to be suicide by police. And I know he charged the officer, so this is a very difficult situation. I don't know if you could get out of this one, but we have to examine this. So how do we, though, is it's going to keep. So, but he was giving instruction to his partner about de-escalation, but he did not de-escalate. And I see that kind of in the Leary today with Duenas. I don't know the officer's name, but I mean, I was watching the video and I was like applauding. It's like, man, this guy didn't shoot him, and he's doing great with the gun. This is de-escalation. And then he went over and broke his pelvis. Now he made up his own law and his own sentence of Duenas that he could break his hip. Now, who the hell told him he could do that? Now there's going to be an election today, right? Aren't you guys on vacation? I thought we were on vacation till I couldn't believe it. So, I'm not happy with the chief. There's some problems that go on, like with the cams, what happened with the chief. Why worry with the cam? No one gets fired or prosecuted, like with Rosario Mack, Eric Rivera, Daniel Hernandez, right? So what is happening with the chief is they are agreeing to different law that's not written down on paper. That's a crime. It's just like this one. What's written on paper isn't really how it works, right? With how the LAPD is working with Israel, and that's against separation of church and state. It's a holy land. It's a church. and it's against the Constitution. So you've made up your own law that you're going against what happened with Eric Rivera, Gresario Mack, and Daniel Hernandez, making up your own law. Who said you could do that? Can you tell me the answer to that? Let's look at what happened to Raymond Hernandez. He was shot with 14 bullets for 4.5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Boom, 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 boom. He was 65 years old. Why did he have to be shot 14 times? I mean, there's a lot of things that police are trying to do well. I'd like to arrest the Congress, every president, and Supreme Court for the debacle that they put the police departments in, fomenting racism. The Congress should be decimated for this, what they've done to the police departments. It's unbelievable.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by Machos Kidane.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on items 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I just want to start off by saying I'm pro-police and pro-community. And I've brought up in the past the issue of communication. It's a two-way street. And I just want to commend some of the divisions. I've been looking at the LAPD website and going to the different divisional pages. And in the past, they were very outdated. And that's a real concern because a lot of people's contact is through the web pages of the individual divisions and also the department webpage. And I just want to, North Hollywood did an outstanding CPAD presentation. I just want to acknowledge that, A+. There are other divisions that are doing very, very well. I see that they have CPAD minutes are up, so we know what's going on in those communities. There are bulletins that are updated and have great information. But there are some that sadly are still lagging behind. And I think that every community is entitled to outstanding service. And so it all depends on the luck of the draw where you happen to live in the 21 divisions of LA City, LAPD. But I noticed that Central and Foothill, they are really behind in updating the information. And I think that those communities are also entitled to having good updated information. Maybe they could take a page from divisions like West LA, Southeast does very well, but I invite everyone to take a look at all of them. Now, the chief talks about community outreach and engagement, and I firmly support that. I realize that during the pandemic, it might have been a little bit difficult, but Zoom is one way to do this. Another way is the National Night Out. Now, National Night Out is coming up very soon, and it wasn't mentioned. And it hasn't been publicized as far as I can see. There are a few divisions that actually have a flyer out. And really, if we're going to have community outreach and engagement, that needs to be publicized so that we can have that. And in terms of building trust is built when the LAPD does its job correctly at every level, whether it's answering a phone call at a station, doing follow-ups. I do want to mention again the July 3rd incident. There were no arrests. I'd like to hear a follow-up if there ever were any arrests. There were people that were beaten, attempt robbery, felonious crimes. What is the follow-up? We can't just have reports and then we forget about what actually happened. I realize the police are in a difficult situation. They're making arrests, but people are not being held in custody. That's part of the problem. We have to look at the DA's office. How many cases are being filed based on the arrests? So what percentage? I mean, how many robberies are being prosecuted? And so also the gun is not the problem. You keep talking about gun violence. It's violence and the perpetrator and the fact that they're being arrested and released and committing more crime. So there have to be consequences for crime.
Thank you. Next, we have Machos Kidane, followed by Ken B.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, I'm going to start with the Chief's report. Chief Moore, don't call the rise of the Delta variant a reversal of fortune. Your unmasked officers have a direct hand in the spread and mutation of this virus. If you're so concerned about COVID within your department, why not mandate that your officers get vaccinated? And over half of your officers are still unvaccinated, spreading this virus among community members, exacerbating this pandemic. And these repair sessions you talked about are a joke. The notion that we need to perpetuate some kind of dialogue to find out why Angelenos hate the LAPD is ridiculous. There's sufficient data that shows that police and policing are racist. The public's perception of police is entirely accurate. What this program aims to do is bolster the narrative that the LAPD is something other than a force intended to subjugate and brutalize Black and brown people. 23 shootings this year, 9 fatal shootings, 4 in-death custodies are stats that run contrary to this LAPD narrative. All of these numbers are higher than the 4-year average, Chief Moore reported. And these numbers are undoubtedly higher because you have an inept Muppet for a police chief. This board needs to call for the firing of Chief Moore. And Chief Moore, I know you somehow got the officer that passed around that George Floyd Valentine cleared, but we'd still like to know his name. We'd still like to know the names of all the officers involved and the officers involved in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Also, Chief Moore and Steve Soberoff, your performative sympathy for the families of gun violence victims is obviously insincere. We've seen you and the rest of this commission listen to the grieving families of people murdered by police with total apathy, and then work to ensure that the murderers see no accountability. Please don't insult us all by pretending to care about families. On 3C, the proposed expansion of MEU and SMART units, I don't understand how many instances of police murdering people in a mental crisis we have to see before you all realize that they are incapable of helping people who are experiencing a mental crisis. There's no reason we should be giving the LAPD any more resources, especially when we know they will continually murder people experiencing a mental health crisis. Also, I just want to say it's disgusting to hear Chief Moore talk about the importance of mental health when the LAPD is unmatched as an entity that inflicts mental and emotional trauma at a massive scale. On item 5, the public has a right to the information in these closed sessions. We demand you open them up. This commission has openly gone along with the LAPD's agenda to murder and brutalize Angelenos and never be held accountable for it. We've seen how much you let fly in front of others. So why would anyone trust you to review materials privately? Commit to true transparency and open these sessions up. Lastly, stop limiting public comment to 45 minutes. This is a joke. We're a massive city. There are a lot of views to be heard, and resume in-person meetings with a Zoom option available. That's it. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ken B, followed by Patrick P.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, 3, and 4, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Regarding items 3C, the expansion of the mental health unit. Some of this money is going to be going towards more tasers. An investigation by the Indiana University has found that taser use by police has resulted in hundreds of deaths and injuries over the past decade due to a pattern of sloppy, reckless use. Just here in this city in January 2020, LA City Council approved a $5.75 million settlement with the parents of a Marine veteran who died after an LAPD officer stunned him 6 times with a taser on Christmas Eve. The federal jury found that officers used excessive and unreasonable force while seeking to restrain him. Also, in just 2 stories that the chief relayed this morning, he said that in one, the taser didn't work, and in 2 others, a taser wasn't used. The police officers opted to shoot the person with a gun. So why are we paying for tasers that, number 1, don't work, and number 2, aren't used by officers who would rather just shoot people? Regarding the chief's report, my neighbors don't applaud or throw a parade for me when I pick up my dog's crap. So I don't know why we're celebrating the cleanup of the bomb that was detonated in the neighborhood. Would love to know the names of the people responsible and any reports involved with that. Also, I don't know why this body is not asking questions about that. You can be sure that if an explosion was set off by a civilian, the police would be running to secure more funding for their bogus bomb department. Love this talk about walk and talk sessions, visualizations, and word games to build trust. Easy way to do that is stop brutalizing people, take some money from these cops and actually help people. Also, the chuckles between Chief Moore and Commissioner Bonner about the bureaucracy that's holding up fixing the people's homes that were bombed by the police. How are you guys finding humor in the fact that the police blew up this neighborhood, a poor neighborhood, and that people don't have places to live right now? I mean, I guess it would be great if the bomb squad is, going to live in these crappy motels with these people. Maybe that would move things along a little bit faster. And also definitely appreciate the chief's report on the proliferation of guns on the streets of LA. Just wondering if there is any update on the LAPD captain that stole and sold illegal guns. Also, just for the board, stop using this propaganda, this officer-involved shooting stuff. Cops shoot people. The 27th Street incident is not what it's called. LAPD bomb explosion is what people are calling it. Y'all are a joke.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Patrick P., followed by Bill Cotter.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
General comment, chief's report, and that's it.
Okay, 2 minutes.
I want to first start saying that I support Chief Moore, but more importantly, I support the LAPD. Chief had mentioned that 20% of shooting victims, LAPD is solving 20% of shooting victims' crimes. Our programs obviously aren't working. These diversion programs are not working, put in place by people like Soft on Crime, Monica Rodriguez, who with the Public Safety Committee seems to meet quarterly. They're not doing such a great job. What are the statistics of the victims of violent crime? We never hear about that. When will those numbers be published? But looking at the crime statistics for the city, it's not pretty. I see that there's an item on the agenda for a report from the MEU. Let's remember that anytime there's a mental health problem, an officer will always have to accompany them. We can't just send social workers out there. Also want to talk about the donations coming into the LAPD. I think that's fantastic. Refund our LAPD, don't defund them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Bill Cotter, followed by Betty Lay.
Good morning. I'd like to speak about 3B, 3D, and 5C, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Start with 3D, the report about equestrian accidents. It's amazing that with everything going on in the city and all the unrest and crime and everything, that a number of hours are spent on trying to figure out how many people were hit, or how many horses were hit by cars. 3 of them in 5 years with 1 injury in 5 years. I would ask the police commission that when you get a request in from the Public Safety Committee for something like this, that you try to do what most people do in any sort of business, is try to figure out what is the cost benefit of doing this. First of all, it seems to me it's something that the Department of Transportation might be more involved with if there's things about road signs or other issues like that than the police department, because it sure doesn't seem like a police matter. Also, in discussing with some of the police officers who actually worked on some of those calls, it was horses that got away from their owners and got hit by a car. I'm really at a loss to try to figure out how the police department's going to try to improve upon that one. So again, if you could try to help the city council to not waste police resources on non-police matters, I think would benefit the city. Second, on the issue of women officers leaving the department, it's a big issue if you start thinking about women that are still trying to raise children. They have to work a 12-hour shift and they also have to drive to work if they're living out in Palmdale or Lancaster, because that's the only place they can afford. They have to drive in an hour, 2 hours to get to their station, do a 12-hour shift, an hour and a half to go home, assuming they don't get stuck on overtime. So I'd really like to suggest that you look more into going back to an 8-hour shift, if not for all officers, but for selected officers, and start again trying to think about a business. How do you keep your best? How do you keep your new people with energy and vitality and keep them motivated to do the job, as opposed to burning them out by putting them on a 12-hour shift, which has a whole bunch of other issues. And finally, Chief Moore's evaluation. I do support the chief. I think he's working in a very difficult time. I would just suggest, though, that if you look at certain actions that the chief has done, it has not helped morale. Things like going out onto the line when you have riots going on. It may look great for a photo op, but the American military, the Army War College doesn't teach its generals to storm the beach with the troops. It teaches them to be in a command and control situation where you can get data and information from multiple facts, multiple forces, and act upon it. So doing things like going out into the field may look great, but it took officers to be around the chief to protect them. Officer morale does not help with things like that. Taking a knee doesn't help with officer morale. And officer morale is a big, big part of what I think a chief of police has to be involved with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Jason R.
Hello,
Hi, Betty, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on Chief's report, public comment, and a couple of the agenda items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first I want to let everyone know I support Chief Moore. I support LAPD. We need to refund, not defund. And on the agenda items for 3C, we came up with some ideas that maybe we should use plainclothes officers, which might make the situation a little easier for some of the mentally ill cases. I'm not sure, it's just an idea. And for item number 4, I support and nominate Eileen Decker for president and Briggs for vice president. And also for 5C, for the evaluation, like I said, I support Chief Moore. He's having to deal with a very rough time in our American history and in LAPD times. Nobody's perfect. We can all make improvements, but if we were perfect, we'd all be God. So, and that's not going to happen. And with that, I just want everyone to understand we need data for the public as to how many people of color are killing each other. Everyone keeps talking about LAPD shootings. There's a lot of civilian shootings out there, and the rate goes a lot higher. And the amount of supporters for Chief Moore and for LAPD is up to at least 97%. That only leaves 3% of folks that don't support. That's a big difference. That makes a big statement right there. I'm sorry that so many of the supporters aren't comfortable in talking in public comment because they've seen in the past, they get called out. They're stalked, they're approached. That's not good either. But in the long run, I support Chief Moore. I support LAPD. Everybody get vaccinated. Everybody stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason R, followed by P. Miller.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So it's Jason with BLMLA. Commissioners, I just want to point out that you continue to fail the public. I'll say first off, impacted community members from the LAPD planned explosion on 27th and San Pedro deserve to be allocated time to address this commission. You need to hear from them on how the LAPD terrorized their community and how this trauma will haunt them for years to come. Commissioner Calanche, I heard you attended the town hall meeting at Trinity Recreation Center, but odd that you didn't feel it was necessary to make public comment, especially considering that you're supposed to be the citizen's voice in police affairs. If you attended, like you said, you should have been disgusted by the lies and lack of information provided by the LAPD, and you should have made some comment to the community. But instead, you sat back quietly and observed LAPD while they tried to cover up their tracks. But you know who fails the public even more than you? Chief Moore. In the past, Musty Mike has stated, we must acknowledge that some portion within our profession, and by extension within this department, has explicit bias and extremist views. Now, I've asked him this question multiple times in person over the last month, and he never answers. So maybe someone on this commission should ask him why his department hasn't sustained any of the 4,862 racial bias complaints made against his officers over the last decade. Chief Moore, stop fucking checking your watch. I have 2 minutes to address you right now. Something that doesn't add up. And as we've seen, Moore isn't good with numbers or math. In case you forgot, he lied on record about the number of traffic stops made in South Central earlier this year, stating that that number was 74 when the actual recorded number was 639. His officers couldn't do math when packing that bomb squad truck with explosives. So why does the LAPD get numbers wrong in Black and brown neighborhoods? I wonder why. It's because they don't give a fuck about our people. And Chief Moore also said his personnel serve Los Angeles with honor, integrity, and compassion. Is that why they walk around with no mask, putting our communities at risk? Is that why Chief Moore has stated on record that he will not discipline any officer who violates his own department's mask mandate? If they won't be held accountable for a simple thing like wearing masks, how can we expect this department, and specifically this chief, to hold his officers accountable for anything else? Chief Moore must go, and Chief Moore will go. Your department shot 3 people over the last 2 weeks with knives. Y'all shoot because it's easy. We're literally paying murderers on average $144,000 a year. No wonder people want to join your ranks. You don't get in trouble for anything. You can shoot, beat, assault, and terrorize people with no fear of consequences. Chief Moore must be held accountable for each and every failure that's happened under his leadership. Fire Chief Moore, and fuck you, Chief Moore. And lastly, if this commission cancels a meeting, then you need to allocate more time during the next meeting for public comment. It should be that simple. Double Decker, can you explain why this commission canceled the meeting on July 13th? We deserve answers. And if these meetings are to remain virtual, you need to make the public comment speaker queue public. If you have nothing to hide, and as you've stated on record, you don't shut out speakers, then you should put that shit out there. Be transparent. But y'all won't do that since y'all continue to cherry pick who will speak during this limited bullshit public comment period time. And lastly, you can't be pro-police and pro-community because these fuckers don't even live in our community.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have P. Miller, followed by caller ending 7742.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items did you like to speak on?
Yes, 1, 2, and 3C.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners in Chief. Regarding recruits, congratulations, Chief Moore and LAPD, on your report of 2 new academy classes. You mentioned recently 2,600 applicants and 744 qualified recruits for future classes. Qualified first and foremost. Diversity will find its way on a level playing field. So congratulations, and please continue on with LAPD's successful youth programs and cadets. Regarding the June 30th fireworks incident, certainly investigations must be completed, and those displaced or injured need to be compensated, which LAPD is doing. However, does anyone find it strange that media, outraged neighbors, politicians, all failed to publicly call out and hold accountable the one person that actually threatened to literally destroy his neighbors by having deadly explosives, including over 40 IEDs in the first place? Did others know and protect him? Perhaps his neighbors should sue him, sell his property, and split the profits since he had such disregard for them. Regarding the homeless and transient issue, a real investigative reporter in LA would find out how many homeless transients have been offered bridge housing and services, how many have accepted, and how many have returned to the streets because they do not want to clean up after themselves or follow any rules. Just this week in Venice, as reported on CBS, a drug dealer disguised himself as a homeless outreach worker, dealing drugs to people he claimed to be so concerned about. So to this commission, please consider making a recommendation to city, county, and state leaders, require the state to either be the conservator or officially appoint a family member as a conservator for some of these homeless transients who clearly need help and cannot take proper care of themselves. Regarding code of conduct for meetings, public comment must remain open to all voices and points of view. However, as your agenda states, if someone, be they professionals, unemployed comedians or entertainers, if they are getting paid or otherwise compensated for delivering scripted foul-mouthed rhetoric, that needs to be disclosed. The rules apply to all. And in closing, political leadership, and support for law-abiding citizens been missing in action here in LA. Neighborhood Watch and divisional senior lead officers throughout the city are the core of community policing. We have been for decades. We know it works. Broken windows theory actually works. It previously led to tremendous decrease in crime and can again. Personal responsibility and a partnership with police make our communities safer. All of our communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 7742, followed by Zach Sherwin.
Hi, good morning. I'd like to address items 1F and general comments, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, I'd like to go back to the chief's statistics. Looks like what's increasing is the burning, looting, and murdering. I guess the narrative is that's the white supremacy at work again. And I'd like to go back to July 3rd, when the anarchists hit the streets in full force at the Wee Spa, with 200 Antifa bust in to attack, assault, and cause chaos to a peaceful assembly. Those assaulted were people of faith, peoples of the press, and the elderly. Antifa used military-type tactics and worked in unison as a mob to assault a small assemblage of people. What is the plan to identify and prosecute those responsible? In particular, their leaders who orchestrated this attack on civilians and our police officers on July 3rd. You all need to pull your heads out of your asses, put down the reimagining crack pipe, led by Monica Rodriguez, that leads to an out-of-control violence on our streets. It's going to be another summer of love, of, quote, mostly peaceful protesting. With our arson up 200% now, I guess the white supremacists are going to be at it again. Recognize those who show up in combat gear while hiding their identities with their black bloc combat gear umbrellas for what they are, domestic terrorists. The police are not the problem. We cannot tolerate domestic terrorists to deny citizens their right to peacefully assemble, exercising their constitutional rights of freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and right to religious expression. In all due respect, Chief Moore, I respect you, I honor you, you have your hands full, but you have misrepresented the situation on January 3rd and January 10th. The Proud Boys were not there to cause problems, they were there to protect, as well as Viva La Raza, every radical group in the city. Had there been some protection by the police on that day, they would Proud Boys wouldn't have showed up. Not supporting Proud Boys, but that's the truth. The vaccines are still in experimental stages. It is unconscionable to require this unproven experiment on our officers. Don't forget, there have been prosecutions in the past for war crimes, and that's what we're doing here. With rising crimes in our communities, again, I say maybe the problem is not the police.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Q Jean Marie.
I'll speak to all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'll start with the chief's report. Chief, you used the adjective unfortunate to refer to the explosion in South LA. And I think that word choice is indicative of your general failure to take any meaningful responsibility for this incident. The implication of that word is that this wasn't your fault. It was bad fortune. I have no expectation that either any of your officers or you as the person who's ultimately responsible will face any meaningful consequences here. We certainly know the commissioners aren't going to hold you responsible. Mr. Bonner had to ask you 3 times for a straight answer to his question about why people aren't back in their homes. And your replies included the phrase, "I'm not prepared to talk about that today." You also said that you need to ask an underling for more detail about the nature of this impediment. You also said the materials are on back order. It all just smacks of evasiveness and untrustworthiness. And you've demonstrated that untrustworthiness since you assumed office under those shady drop circumstances. And it extended to when you said George Floyd's death was on the hands of protesters as much as the officer who killed him, to advertising on Breitbart, those revelations to the existence of the George Floyd Valentine, for which apparently nobody is going to find your wrath, to lying about traffic stops, on, and you aren't going to take responsibility for any of it. It's all buck passing and euphemisms and word salad. The materials are on back order could be the motto of your career. And as far as the Delta variant goes, half of your officers aren't vaccinated, and I routinely see them riding around together without masks, so save the somber tone. Public comment. Commissioners, you need to open this up so that people can make comments after each item. There's too much going on, and you cancel too many meetings to expect people to get it all in at the beginning of the meeting. Also, end the 45-minute time limit. I encourage you to comport yourselves in such a way that you at least make a pretense of indeed being the citizen's voice in police affairs as you profess to be on your website. Mr. Soboroff, you asked the chief what his advice would be for the families of homicide victims. I ask you what your advice is for the families of people who are killed by LAPD, and then expect some modicum of accountability from this board, and then you don't do anything about it. And sometimes you personally vote in policy, the lone such vote. And even when the board does determine that actions were out of policy, the chief doesn't comply with the rulings. So Mr. Soboroff, what would your advice be for the families of those victims? And finally, Commissioner Decker, an earlier caller implied that people who criticize the police are paid to do so. I just wanted to flag that for you, since I've certainly heard you shut down other people who are commenting about other callers, and since you, make that speech about it at the beginning of every meeting. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Q Jean Marie, followed by Kimberly Isaacs.
Good morning. I will speak to all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, last week I listened to the commission's meeting and was troubled by a couple things. And one is that the commission seems quite comfortable with racist comments made towards Black folks. Even today, we've heard some, right? Now, overall crime is down. At least that's what I thought I heard. And yet the focus is on crime, as if overall crime is up. And not that we shouldn't focus on crime, but our focus is responding to violent crime in Black and brown communities, but not on those bringing in guns, and not enough on the source. How long has Jordan Downs been here? How long has Nickerson Garden been here? How long has every ghetto in America been here? You think that law enforcement is the way to deal with all of the issues we're dealing with in communities that have been disinvested and forgotten? Comments like reimagine crack pipes, and you guys just sit there and allow this person to go on? Do we have a right to racist expressions on this call? I'm considering never ever calling this commissioner anymore. This is disgusting that you guys would allow that. And you think this is going to build trust? It's not only the police that has to deal with trust, it's those that support the police have to understand that you can't continue to abuse certain communities using the police as a weapon. According to a recent LA Times article, 45% of all guns in the world found in the hands of citizens are found in the US. That's 45%. 60% of guns used in violence in Chicago comes from out of state, especially states with lax gun laws. The report also found that most guns used in gun violence in Chicago came from suburbs and from gun dealers. Where are the reports for LA? Where are our guns coming from? We said a long time ago when I was a hip hop artist, we ain't got no gun manufacturing plants in the ghetto. Last year, Americans bought nearly 23 million guns, 60% increase from 2019, fueled in part by January 6th, the domestic terrorist attack. That topped more than 2 million in 1 month alone, a 75% increase from January 2020. We are on pace to have the deadliest year of gun violence in 20 years. How America arms, and even the Mexican government talks about how Americans arm the cartel. from 2007 to 2019, more than 160,000 guns seized from criminals in Mexico came from gun manufacturers here in America. It is, and lastly, it is troubling that I heard more concern for a bomb vehicle last year than for the people that were affected by the detonation. I'm sick, and I may never call again. Thank you, and I yield your time because it's not mine.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Kimberly Isaacs, followed by speaker ending 5417.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, I'd like to speak in reference to the chief's report. I am really, really annoyed with this whole blow up of all of these fireworks and all the people that were involved. I don't know what's going on with how you're taking care of all of the people that were affected, but they need to be paid immediately. Like, I don't know what your process is, but I've heard nothing but bad things in terms of like slowness of paying people. Years later, they're still not paid. They need to be paid up front because these people do not have money to pay in advance and turn in a receipt. It's your fault. You guys damaged their property. You need to take care of them. You need to give them the money they need in order to fix their homes, their cars, their mental health, and any other health issues that they've had as a result of your detonating all of these fireworks in their neighborhood. It is horrible. It is on you guys, and it's on you to pay for it immediately and fix it. These people should be back in their homes. You need to make sure the construction is done, and none of this should be on the innocent people to pay for it. They don't have the money to turn in a receipt. They need money up front. As far as COVID goes, I'm shocked that more than 50% of your department is not vaccinated. You know, so it's not surprising that the numbers of people in your department are getting sick. I mean, you're supposed to be setting the example for the public. And I've seen way too many police all over town not wearing masks proudly and walking around. And I don't know if that's one of the 50% that has not bothered to get the vaccine. I don't know, but they need to set the example because this disease this virus is not getting better, it's getting worse. The second thing is, why are we still having these meetings not in person? Why? We said that last I heard that you were going to go with whatever the city council is doing. Well, they're having theirs in person. Why are we not? That's an issue. And this 45-minute thing needs to end. The other issue is no more money for the LAPD. No more money. The people of this city have spoken, and we don't want any more money to the LAPD. Definitely not for a mental evaluation unit. I personally know someone who was mentally ill, who was shot and killed by deputies. We don't want any more money. We want medical professionals to handle people in medical crisis. I also know of someone who was killed at the Baldwin Hills Mall, Grishariar Mack. He was killed having a mental episode and he asked for help and he was killed. So no, police should not ever be given money to handle medical. They are not equipped. They should stay away from medical emergencies.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller 5417, followed by Hamid Khan.
And Madam Secretary, I believe these will be the last two speakers. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd just like the public comment, please.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yes, Chief. I just wanted to let you know that I support the police, but we are having a problem with the community police. We've had a vehicle that caught on fire. I notified the community police department, the senior lead officer of it. I haven't heard back from him. This was almost a month ago. And I've been threatened by a neighbor here, and the senior lead officer knows about it. He's been blocking my driveway, not allowing me to get out. And he's come to my home and threatened me. And evidently he told me that one of his relatives is a police officer, so he doesn't seem to care or think that anything is going to happen to him. And I just like to make a note of it. This is Foothill Division, and I'm very concerned about this situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, if I could ask that caller to either call my office or call Foothill, and we'll make sure that we have someone getting back to him as expected and required.
Thank you,
But
Chief.
I didn't have any, only had the last 4 on the digits.
Chief will follow up. Let's proceed with public comment, please. The next speaker, please.
Okay, Hamid Khan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I want to start off by, the failure of Michael Moore to add on and give us a whole report card for the first 6 months of how LAPD has operated. So let's kind of just check that out. So we started off, obviously, last year with extreme violent actions by the LAPD. Then we moved into the violent removal of people from Echo Park. Then we saw the LAPD unleashing its violence and protesters protesting white supremacist and racist folks at the WeSpa. Then we saw the Inspector General's audit come back on the body camera use for about close to 25% of the time, or 1/4 of the time, they were not even operating. And this is something that, we had released a report when body cameras were first being instituted and rejecting them, that this is going to be just a facade and it's going to turn into a tool of surveillance. It continues to be where now they're asking for more money for the mental health unit. Well, let's look at the history of that. It wasn't too long ago that out of the 48 people that were shot by the LAPD, 16 were known individuals to the LAPD who had mental health conditions. So now you have an organization that shot 1/3 of its total population who had mental health conditions, now asking for more money to engage in such a precarious situation, a delicate situation, which people called out by the millions last year to take that money away from the LAPD. So we absolutely reject anything that the LAPD has to do when it comes to people calling for help, when people are in precarious conditions. So this is once again, just adding more money, more resources, more cover to the LAPD. The other issue I want to raise is that we have been now taking a deeper dive into this whole bullshit about community safety partnership. And we've been able to get records from the LAPD that how LAPD is operating its crime prevention through environmental design. And what is coming across is exactly what we had said always, that this is a mass surveillance operation where you have this clear cutting going on, and of course, little manicuring of this street and that light and here and there, but it ultimately comes down to creating a whole counterinsurgency operation in communities which are completely dependent on the city, in communities which are being held hostage because they have nowhere to go, in communities who not only are challenged for a roof over their head, but food and other things too. So now these households become laboratories and experiments for LAPD to advance its agenda all across the city. And lastly, I want to say is that we are still having difficulties with the public record requests that we've been filing. We've already filed 2 lawsuits, and the last lawsuit was to get communications between LAPD and Jeff Brantingham.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public comment period for today. Thank you to all of the callers who called in. With respect to our public meetings and returning to the commission room, I'll just briefly state and reiterate a bit of what I've stated in the past, but we continue to work with the IT department to ensure integration of the system that exists in the room with Zoom so that we can live stream these meetings to make them easy for members of the public to participate in. And we continue to work with public health officials, including consulting with the city attorney, county, state, and federal officials before we will return to the room. Once both the technology issues are working smoothly and public health issues are addressed, we will begin the process of returning to the commission room. We do look forward to that day, very much so, because it will certainly mean that our communities are recovering significantly from the pandemic. With respect to a few members of the public who indicated concern over some of the public comments being made and perhaps one even finding them disturbing. We understand that you may agree with some public comments made, you may disagree. You may agree or disagree with the way it's being presented, and you may find some comments made disturbing. We may agree with you on some of that. We may also find public comment in some cases disturbing. We consult regularly with our city attorney, the city attorney's office regarding public comment and the First Amendment right of free expression. As we all know, the First Amendment guarantees the right of expression even when we may disagree with others, or we may find the way things are presented to be inappropriately or presented or disturbing. We apologize to any member of the public who finds statements made during public comment to be disturbing. That is certainly not our intent, but it is our intent to abide by all the very important principles and adhere to First Amendment rights of free speech. With that, members of the public, and commission, I'm going to turn to the regular agenda items. Members of the commission, while the board secretary works to bring forward the CPAP presentation that we'll hear on item 3A, let me ask you if you have any questions on items D through H, because I know there are a number of people waiting to return to their job assignments. If we can call those matters up and deal with them. If you have questions on D through H, that's perfectly fine and appropriate, but if not, I'll call them for votes. I don't see any member of the commission opening their microphone to advise me they have questions on D through H, in which case I will proceed with the votes on those matters. D through H, I'll first begin with item 3D, department's report relative to vehicle and equestrian collisions. I'll move the matter forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the report and transmit to the Public Safety Committee. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 3E, the department's report relative to First Amendment contract. And the recommendation is to approve the report, transmit to the mayor. I'll move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Item 3F, the department's report relative to the transmittal of the grant application. And the recommended board action is to approve the report and transmit concurrently to the mayor and city council. I'll move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 3G, the department's report relative to a donation, and the recommended board action is to approve the report and accept the donation. I will move the matter forward. Is it seconded?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you. And the final item in this sequence, item 3H, the department's report relative to donations, and the recommended action is to approve the report and accept the donation. I'll move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, commissioners. That handles items D through H. And thank you to all members of the department who were waiting to present. We thank you for your preparation. But now we will move to item 3A. And I understand Captain Henkel from Topanga is here with his co-chair of the CPAB in Topanga. Captain, welcome. Welcome, sir. It's nice to see you. The floor is yours. We look forward to hearing about the work in Topanga Division.
Yeah, no, you keep your volume up. Oh, good morning, commissioners. Oh, see if we can stop and Chief Moore. A second here.
Yeah, there's an echo. You may need to turn your volume down a little bit.
Can you turn your? There we go. Is that better?
It is. There's still an echo. If you have two devices open, one of them has to be on mute.
Got it.
There we go. I think that's better.
There. Oh, thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Chief Moore. Topanga opened in January of 2009, and the CPAB co-chair served for 12 years from that time until January of 2021. Did an amazing job. I appreciate their service, but in January of this year, it gave me an opportunity to reach out to the public and seek a new co-chair. The co-chair I selected was Franklin Solis. He goes by Frank. He's donated countless hours to the community. His enthusiasm is contagious. So it's really my privilege to introduce him at this point and let him speak to you and address any issues and talk to you about the Topanga CPAB, his responsibilities and what he does as a Topanga CPAB co-chair.
Sir, you have to unmute your microphone. There you go.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you, Captain Henkel, for that introduction. And first, I'd like to say good morning and thank you to the members of the commissioners, to City Attorney De La Guerra, Office Inspector General, Director Telefank, and also Chief Michael Moore. Thank you for having me this morning to take the opportunity to speak a little bit about CPAP and a little bit of what our efforts is to continue our work with being able to work with our constituents, our community, and being able to collaborate with LAPD and being able to find solutions to our challenges that our city is going through. A little bit of my background: I just finished my term. I was with Winnetka Neighborhood Council. For the first 3 years, I was the public safety director for my council. I got involved with LAPD for many reasons. Really, just I have 2 kids, and I want to make sure that my 2 kids knew the importance of the civic duty of giving back to the communities, but also being able to support our law enforcement officers and our city officials. It's been a journey for me, as we could all agree on. There's been a lot of changes happening these past couple of months and years. And with those challenges, those changes bring obviously new visions and new outcomes. And so as my term ended with Winnetka Neighborhood Council, I committed to really refocus my talents and gift to really work with LAPD and our community. Today, I do want to speak about our program CPAP, which is being revamped. As Captain Henkel mentioned, I was elected and chosen to be able to represent Topanga. It's been really an honor to be able to be in this seat and be able to work with a lot of our officers and a lot of our community members. One of the revamps that we're doing is really trying to get more engagements with the communities throughout different age categories. In the past, CPAP has been known to have a lot of members of the community that are coming in, and most of them are retirees, and we appreciate them because they're really the time and they put their time and efforts to helping us out on the efforts with community engagements and volunteers. However, I've noticed that there is a gap within the age differences that we want to be able to expand and be able to recruit more community members between the ages of 21 and 35. A lot of them, I believe we all work for a living, and so it's been difficult for them to be engaged. But with the pandemic, it came with a lot more challenges for us to be able to work with them and be able to go out to the public and speak to them about CPAP. We are making some tractions with our members. Currently, as of today, we do have 32 actively board members and volunteers for CPAP. Part of their volunteer works we do here in Topanga is we have a volunteer patrol program. They are department vehicles. They are Amber Light Bar, which gets deployed to be able to be involved in the community to make sure that the presence is aware that the police officers are going to be aware of what's going on with the city, whether it be trends or any questions that the volunteers may have. The department did approve the volunteer uniforms. Obviously, training gets involved with the volunteers. They are expected to do some hours per month, and all of them have been engaged with our CRO office, our senior lead officers, and our captain. And anybody who's interested, we do recruit them and we do let them know the benefits to serving and being able to give back to the community. I do want to say one thing. I know it's been a challenge for us, especially for CPAP, not just because of COVID, but because of the news, the challenges that we keep hearing throughout our country, really our nation. And it's something that's difficult, not only for the officers, but also for the volunteers, our constituents. At this point, I know that change is something that we have to go through. I know that part of those changes will make us not only a better department, but also a community that's going to be able to support law enforcement and be able to give back. My ultimate goal really as a co-chair for the year for Topanga, unless I get reelected, is to make sure that I bring in new ideas to the table, be able to bring not only speakers from LAPD, but what's really going on outside of Topanga. What are the trends? What are the issues? What are the concerns? As our community comes together to be able to bring those to us, we like to bring the resources and also our keynote speakers that could speak about those concerns. And one of the things that we have done and we have accomplished is we've brought that so far through our Zoom meetings. Technology is not the best, but I know that we've made the best for them. And I know that a lot of people appreciate that Topanga CPAP does meet on a monthly basis to be able to bring to them what's happening in their communities, but also what's happening throughout other cities under Chief Michael Moore's LAPD staff. With that in mind, is there any questions for me you guys have? That's a long introduction for me, but I'm open for any questions you guys may have for me.
Well, first, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for questions. But first, Mr. Lees, I want to be sure that we begin by thanking you. Thank you for your service to Topanga, for all the work you do. Your ideas sound wonderful, of course, bringing in young people, the next generation. It's their community and a great opportunity to get them invested in working with their community and working with the police department and sharing ideas and bringing more voices, all of that critically important. So thank you for your great efforts and everything that you're doing out in Topanga. Colleagues, let me open it up for questions. And I see Commissioner Briggs has a question, sir. Go ahead.
I second Commissioner Decker's thanking you, Mr. Solis, for bringing some fresh energy there to the CPAP at Topanga. And thank you, Captain Henkel, for being present today. I missed you when I came out to Topanga, but you know, the department showed me around, and it was a very good visit. Mr. Solis, from your standpoint, what do you see as some of the significant concerns for the division there in terms of citizens in the community?
You know, I think some concerns that we're noticing here is having some, I don't say gap, I would say having confusion with the amount of information that's coming in and going out. I think that's the confusion is the updates, the conversations that take place, whether it's behind the scenes or in the station, being able to get that information out to the public. It's a hit or miss for us right now. And it's not per se, it's a reflection of the lack of the department. It's more of there's so much happening right now that we have, as a community, we have to understand that we go through some challenges time, but that information that gets sent over to the department, sometimes it gets to them, but it doesn't return back. In other words, if there's a concern, whether it would be homeless, whether it would be some criminal element activities that occurred in the community, those concerns are being addressed with the SLOs, with the community resource officers, and the SLOs are doing amazing jobs. However, the whole community is not involved in those updates. And I think the transparency is not there. It's not because of the lack of the department. I think it's more of the constituents are making a decision of not to be part of those community engagements, which is causing a lot of divisions among some communities, because some may know and some may not know. I think it's difficult to recruit and get people involved to get the updates and be transparent of what's really happening, not only in our community, but around the surrounding cities and the department. Some do get it and some don't. The ones that don't get it are the ones that really, they just don't want anything to do with the updates. They don't want to be involved. They're the ones that are trying to have a better understanding. Well, what's the point of having a CPAP if I'm still seeing these issues occur. So I think it's really the communication. We're trying to be transparent to all the constituents in Topanga, but at the end of the day, I can't force them and I can't really rely on them to participate in a community board if they don't do their part as well.
So essentially, it's motivating folks to want to get involved, and a communication gap.
Absolutely. The motivation definitely is key, and also the communication, there's a lack on that. And it's a variety of reasons. I think it's things that we all could agree on, things that we're noticing that's happening throughout our city and nation. But at the end of the day, those are the two things that I think it's challenging for Topanga, that we're trying to move around and trying to find a better approach, a better way of handling it.
Well, listen, thank you for your service, and we certainly appreciate you and everything that you're doing and attempting to do.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Kalanchi.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Solis. Appreciate it, and Captain Henkel. I'm gonna kind of follow Commissioner Briggs' earlier question. What are some of the public safety concerns? I don't know Topanga. Hopefully I get to visit at some point soon. What are some of the public safety concerns in that division?
Well,
so
recent
sense of like the division and the needs.
So a lot of the concerns we're seeing for Topanga, it's a lot of speeders. I think we could agree that's just all over the place. But I know Topanga, we've had a fatality a few months back, which cost somebody's life for speeding. And so I think a lot of the volunteers here in Topanga, with the guidance of Valley Bureau and Captain Hanko, we do have a volunteer patrol team that actually is going out to specific areas that have been reported accidents for a variety of reasons, but mainly speeding. That is a big issue that we are seeing. People are just rushing to work at night. People are just rushing too fast through our communities. And so a lot of the communities are really afraid to even take a walk at night, because you have cars that are going by really quick. Those are being addressed through CPAP. We do have a volunteer task force that does go out in certain streets that are being reported as speeders go by. Part of those engagement is that we do have a radar gun program that gets trained by LAPD to our volunteers. And ideally, what the whole point of that is to having the awareness and presence of the volunteers and LAPD on a street corner with the radar guns. It slows drivers down, but also it alerts the community that LAPD is trying their best to make sure that another fatality doesn't happen. Part of those things, it makes a big difference for the community because they are seeing LAPD in the communities trying to make sure that we don't get another fatality. One should have never happened, and one is enough. And so I think being transparent to the communities and their concerns about racing and high speeders, I think that really speaks a lot right now. The second thing that they also have challenges with, and it's really not just in Topanga, but I think we all agree it's everywhere, it's homeless. Homelesses are coming and going. And so I think a lot of folks are a little bit frustrated with just the homeless that are everywhere. And I know that the council members under our district, he's trying his best to work around solutions with that and trying to make sure that they get the assistance for the homeless that they need. But when it comes down to the actual homeless element, the criminal side of that, I think a lot of the community members are a little bit concerned because of what that brings to the community. Obviously, homeless is not a crime, but when you start adding criminal elements with drugs and violence, those are the concerns that our constituents are currently afraid of at this very moment. We do work with our council member, LAPD is doing their part to also educate the public to make sure that safety does come first, whether it's a homeless issue or not. So those are the two top things that Topanga is currently reviewing and trying to find a better way and find solutions for our community members.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Any other commissioner questions, comments? If not, I will again express our tremendous gratitude to you, Mr. Solis, for your work, your dedication. The city simply cannot do everything on its own, and having dedicated citizens like yourself is incredibly important. Captain, thank you so much for being here today and for your presentation and for helping to organize and continue the good work of the CPAP. We very much appreciate your efforts. So thank you, Captain, for being here as well. To the two of you, again, we realize you have so many pressures on your time. So we appreciate it. Thank you for your service. And with that, Madam Secretary, we'll conclude item 3A and proceed to 3B. Thank you again, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chief.
Madam Secretary, if you could call up the presenters for item 3B, the department's verbal presentation relative to the attrition, African-American sworn officers and female sworn officers for the past 5 years. And we'll give you a moment to bring those speakers up. And I believe we'll be hearing from Police Administrator Elena Azukan. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I'm not sure if you have a co-presenter or will you be presenting today?
Hi, good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. T. Fank, and let's see who else is on here. All of you, good morning. I do have on the line, if just in case, Captain Aaron McCraney from Recruitment and Employment Division, as well as Commander Ruby Flores, our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, just in the event that you have questions related to some of our employee development and recruitment efforts during this presentation. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if you could bring them up just so that they're available. Please go ahead. I apologize for the interruption.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you. And good day, Commissioners, Inspector General, Mr. T. Fank, and Chief Moore. My name is Elena Asukan. I am the Personnel Director for the Los Angeles Police Department. Good morning. In 2018, with the assistance of the Mayor's Innovation Team, the department conducted a 5-year attrition analysis, which indicated that over the next several years, which includes the current fiscal year, the department would increasingly see more sworn and civilian personnel that will retire. In anticipation of the expected attrition trends, the department established short-term solutions and strategies to strengthen the department's position to deal with adverse conditions and to continue the hiring and retention efforts. Some of these initiatives have been a targeted recruitment campaign, a targeted marketing campaign plan, technology and workforce redesign, employee development programs, partnerships or better partnerships with the affinity groups, and an introduction of 30 by 30 campaign. Again, these were just some of the initiatives that the department put into place a few years back to assist with retention and recruitment efforts. If we could show the first chart, shows the sworn attrition for the entire department. And I'm not sure, are you able to see the chart or do I need to share my screen? Oh, there we go. Yay, thank you. And these are the individuals that we have brought on the call, myself, Elena Asukan, the department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, Commander Flores, and Captain Aaron McCraney of Recruitment and Employment Division. Next slide, please. Thank you. As we look at the first chart, we look at sworn attrition for the entire department over the last fiscal year. And as you can see in the last column, you can see that as projected in 2018, each fiscal year, the department has seen an increase in sworn attrition. In fiscal year 2016-2017, the department lost 465 sworn members. In fiscal year 17-18, there were 477 sworn separations. In fiscal year 18-19, 457 separations. fiscal year 1920, 541 sworn officers that separated. And in fiscal year 2020-2021, which just ended in on June 30th of 21, there were 631 sworn officers that separated from the department. As you see by this chart includes all sworn attrition, including municipal police officers in all ranks. That's chief of police, command staff members, as well as rank and file. As we look at this chart, you can see that we lost overall over the last 5 years, 2,571 sworn members, 500 of which 593 had been females. That's about 23.1% of attrition being our female officers. We took a closer look specifically at attrition by ethnicity for sworn members. And as you can see, we broke it out by gender and ethnicity on the chart. As you can see, American Indians, we lost about 7 sworn members, which is 0.3%. Asian Pacific Islander, which does include Filipino and API, we lost about 203 sworn members, which is 7.9%. African Americans, we've lost 405 sworn members over the 5-year period, which is 15.8%. Caucasian, 943 members, which is 36.7%. Hispanic, 1,002 sworn members, which is about 39% of the department. And other nationalities, races, 11, which is about 0.4%. So as you can see, we have been increasing our attrition over the years. On average, the department loses about 500 sworn members attrit on average in any fiscal year. If you can change to the next slide, please. What I have done is a comparison of attrition, sworn attrition versus hiring. As you can see on the right side of the chart, overall department attrition, as mentioned, has continued to increase as projected in 2018. We can see that the recruitment strategies that were implemented allowed the department to slightly outpace attrition each fiscal year with hiring of new recruits. Unfortunately, as you can see in fiscal year 2020-2021, which just ended on June 30th, just due to the pandemic and financial constraints of the city, the department was only allowed to hire 79 new recruits, which really put a significant setback on our hiring strategies during the last fiscal year. However, the department continued to actively recruit and its strategies to retain and improve on diversity within the department. If we compare attrition of females versus hiring of our female candidates, again, you can see that our strategies and innovative approaches have continued to apportion an active recruiting of female officers to keep pace with the separation of females that have left on the department. So although we are losing 23.1% of our females over the last 5 years, we have gained significant strides in hiring female officers over the last 5 fiscal years. My next few slides focus on Police Officer 1, Police Officer 2, and Police Officer 3 ranks, as this rank is usually field patrol officers. This goes into more detail about the exit interviews of police officers that have resigned and the specific reasons for resignation. However, I wanted to take a pause, if I could, if we can go back to the last slide, because I realized that your question was more based on attrition of the department as a whole. Unless you'd like me to continue on.
Well, I think it'd be best to hear your entire presentation and then we can open it for questions, because you may end up answering some of our questions as you proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm sorry, could you just go back one slide? Back 2 slides now? Or we can start over.
Yes, sometimes we may have to start over, and our board secretary will bring it back up and get you to the right slide shortly.
One more.
One more? Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So right here, we have, again, specifically looking at the police officer ranks, police officer 1, which is our entry level police officers that enter the recruit academy, police officer 2s, which are police officers that have done at least 12 months worth of, have been on the department 12 months or longer, and our P3s, which is a upgrade in the police officer rank. And as you can see, over the fiscal years, what I have done is just broken out those officers, or the P1s, P2s, and P3s, specifically looking at resignations. In one of our prior conversations, we were really looking at resignations and why officers are leaving the department. And so this particular chart shows overall all police officer ranks. We have lost 773 police officers due to resignations and 68 due to terminations or probationary terminations. As we dug down a little further, excuse me, as we dug down a little further, we looked at the type of resignations, whether it was for another law enforcement agency, if it was due to family or medical concerns, different career choices, those who have moved out of state, and those who have resigned due to unsatisfactory performance, and those who really didn't give information, they just said for personal reasons. So as you can see, the highest overall, the highest is those that have resigned due to unsatisfactory performance, which is at 23.7% overall. And the next highest is just due to personal reasons that I could not get any more information other than they were just interested in leaving. I want to drill down a little more, more specific to each rank. If you go to the next slide, this will be police officer 1s, our entry level police officers specifically. And as you can see, of these 773 officers that resigned, 426 of them were actually police officer 1s. And again, police officer 1s are police officers that are entry level that just entered to the academy. On average, the average year of service for police officer 1s appears to be, over this 5-year period, was about 5 months. And as you can see, for police officer 1, the biggest reason for resignation was due to unsatisfactory performance. The second highest reason, again, was just due to personal reasons, where I couldn't tell you specifically, drill down even further on what the personal reasons were. My next slide, please. For police officer 2, these are police officers that have passed probation and have joined the rank and file. As you can see, of the 773 total in the police officer rank, 300 police officer 2s have resigned during this 5-year period. The biggest reason that police officer 2s, these particular 300 police officer 2s left, were to go to another law enforcement agency. I cannot tell you specifically if there is a certain law enforcement agency, but I can tell you a lot of it appeared to be in in coalition with moving out of state. But that for our P2s, the biggest reason for resigning was to go to another law enforcement agency. The second biggest, again, would be personal, where I just could not get additional detailed information as to why they were leaving. The average years of service for these 300 P2s that resigned over these last 5 years appear to be about 6.7 to 7 years of service. And then my last slide is specific information regarding our P3, which are more tenured police officer rank. The average years of service for P3s of these 47 that resigned was about 13.6 years. And as you can see, it's pretty consistent or consistent in each of these categories of why a police officer 3 had resigned with another law enforcement agency, family, medical, whether it be personal or a family member, as well as personal. It should be noted that, I'm sorry, disregard. So this is just kind of an overall view of the specific attrition, again, for our police officer 1, 2, and 3 ranks, and a little more detail about why in this rank, police officer rank, some of our officers have decided to resign. I'd like to open it up to questions, whether it be for attrition as a department as a whole.
First, thank you very much for that presentation. It was very informative. If I could ask Mr. Teefank to send a copy of this PowerPoint to all commissioners so we can have a little more time to study the numbers and really absorb them. So, but I do appreciate that. And in fact, I think the latter portion of your presentation answered one of my questions, which was when you focused on the P1s, P2s, P3s, obviously those are not officers who are in drop. And so they would be considered the unexpected, or at least a portion of them would be the unexpected attrition. The folks who are in drop, obviously we can plan for the day that they're going to be retired, and we know the numbers, the approximate numbers as those dates are coming. But the P1s, P2s, P3s are the non-drop officers who are leaving. Is that correct?
That would be an accurate statement. Some of the P3s, and I couldn't give you a number, but they are a little more tenured and may have, entered drop. But a good portion of the P1s and P2s, yes, most likely are not on the drop program.
And I appreciate that, because I'm trying to dive into the numbers of the, I guess I'd put them in the category of the unexpected attrition, of ones we want to try to solve the problem for. And and of course there will always be some attrition with any department, but in looking at some of your slides, particularly in the last year, I noticed the numbers moving to other agencies jumped rather significantly. I believe it went from, if I wrote it down correctly, and that may not be correct, somewhere around 18% to 33% in the last year have left to go to other agencies. And I wonder, while you may not know what agencies they've gone to, if there's a particular reason you've identified that they're moving to other agencies, whether it is truly moving out of state, or they're moving out of state because there's another reason, or if there's a further identification of why officers are leaving to other agencies, whether it could be getting closer to family, it could be also money or benefits. And I want to be sure the department is always competitive. So that's why I'm asking if you have a better understanding of why going to other agencies seems to be on a huge upswing.
Yes, we tried to gather more information as to, what other agency, what were they offering that the department was not offering. We did not get a lot of good information, or information where I can actually provide you some substantiated data. So unfortunately, as we continue this process and talk to individuals as they leave, we'll try to gather a little more information. But some have indicated that it was just better working conditions, better pay. Were just some, and again, it was a small sum of the reasons why they were going to another law enforcement agency.
One other question before I open it up to my colleagues. You mentioned in your presentation with respect to women, and while there has been attrition of 23.1% over the last 5 years, that the hiring has exceeded that over the last 5 years. I don't believe I heard, or certainly I didn't write down what that comparison is for African-American officers. Do you have that statistic?
As far as attrition versus hiring?
Correct. Whether, how are we keeping up? Is the department keeping up, or has the department fallen behind? I'd like to have a comparison of what you're aware of.
Captain McCraney, do you, I did not go into that much detail specifically about, the individual ethnicities. I don't know if Captain McCraney has a little more information on the hiring of specifically African-American candidates.
And if you don't, if it could be a follow-up, that's all.
We can follow up with that. I have information regarding hiring, but I don't have a comparison against attrition. But I can.
Commissioners, with the overall reduction in the total workforce size, we have seen some erosion in the percentage of African-American police officers. Police officers, 1, 2, 3, all ranks of the organization. We're just over 800, and we're at 9.2%, 9.3% of a makeup of our sworn staffing at 9,400. So that number is an erosion. That number was closer to 10%. 2 to 5 years ago. And so, and that's when our staffing was at 10,000. So you've seen a reduction in both total overall number and then the proportionality, and which is why for these last more than 2 years, we've strove to double the, if you will, the representation by African-American candidates, because we're recognizing through retirements. I think one of the things I'm going to ask here is, what's very troubling to me is the other agency out-of-state dynamic, and which recruits or which P2s, which you see here is particularly pronounced, not the P1s, not so much the P3s, but the P2 rank is leaving out-of-state to other agencies. And we'll look to see the impact of that on gender and ethnicity on a further cut.
Thank you, Chief. I would like to have the breakdown of African-American Black officers in terms of attrition as well as hiring and how it compares. That was one of the reasons we wanted the presentation today, just to understand that breakdown. I think I understand the big picture and I appreciate that perspective, Chief, but I'd like to have the details as well, just as a follow-up. Let me open it up to my colleagues on the commission, commissioners, Commissioner Briggs. So.
Sure. And thank you for your explanation, Chief, because my first question was going to be, the presentation started off with, we began to have targeted recruitment and marketing for, I understand, African-American officers as well as female officers. Can you give me a bit more of an explanation of how you're going about targeting and marketing for these particular officers? And what is the success of that? And how are you measuring whether or not your recruitment targeting and your marketing targeting is actually proving successful?
And Captain McCraney, I want to ask you to talk about our marketing and our targeted efforts the last 2 years.
Yeah, so we've had relationships with some outside organizations, some professional marketing companies that have given us some consultation and some direction regarding how we can do some outreach to some of our diverse communities. So we have focused in specifically on African-American and Asian American Pacific Islanders and women. And primarily that has been through a lot of social media outreach, a lot of like Google,
YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. I can tell you over this last year, things have been tough due to the budget reductions. We had to sever our relationships and we had to primarily cut back on the majority of our marketing and outreach. And then in addition to that, we had the COVID-19 pandemic, which has restricted our ability to go out and do some in-person marketing. I'd say that that historically has been our biggest ability to be able to do our outreach, has been able to go to the different trade shows, the different colleges, and the different organizations to actually to talk about, you know, the LAPD and recruit people to come into the department. It is our anticipation that as things open up and that we receive funding again for marketing, that we'll be able to concentrate again in those areas. But we took a considerate drop, you know, as of the end of 2020.
Thank you, Captain McBraney. Did you, in those years where you were successful in terms of recruiting more diverse force, in terms of women and African-American recruits, did you do an analysis of the return on the investment, meaning how many dollars went into social media and then what your return on that was versus going to a college campus and how many recruits you gained from that, because that might be a bigger dollar spend? Did you do a determination or an analysis as to what recruited the most officers for the dollars spent in terms of recruiting?
So, sir, I would say that we were in the development stage. Historically, I think it had been our objective was more about the overall number. Our goal was to get to 10,000, stay above 10,000. In this last period of time, it was last couple of years, we kind of refocused and we really started to go towards diversity. But then we got hit with these other issues that I brought up that kind of took us off track. So I don't know that we were able to really capture and make a discernment between the two to make a decision as to what, you know, which was the best way to go. I think that's still a work in progress that got stopped and we'll be initiating again as soon as we get funded again.
One of our initial findings 3 years ago, Commissioner, was to invest in historic Black colleges and working with the Urban League and with, frankly, Black-owned affiliate marketing teams is to identify messaging to attract African Americans to the workforce as well as women. And the historic Black colleges we thought would be a resource. And we actually spent monies and invested in travel with teams. The initial results, as Captain McCraney indicates, in the first year and a half of that, showed a relatively low level rate of return, single digit type applicants that actually made it into the workforce, largely because of the distances involved and where we were involving that HBC effort was to identify LA alumni that were attending those colleges, and that was going to be the next iteration of our outreach. Then COVID came and is impacted. So what our primary gear today is outreach and engagement is to local universities, local colleges, junior colleges that offer us the experience that LA doesn't intimidate the candidate. We find that there's a lot of intimidation for people to come to Los Angeles because it's a big city. It's different than their portion of the country, and they're discouraged by it. Lastly, the military. We're constantly reviewing and understanding the officer corps as well as the enlisted corps as they exit their careers in the military, is their suitability for their participation here.
Thank you, Chief. And just one final question. It is picking up on something that Commissioner Decker brought about in terms of the overall attrition, which jumped to, I think it was 631. That was the figure that I wrote down for the fiscal year 2021. And it seemed to me that I guess the number increased by 90. But do we know yet, or is it too soon to determine whether that attrition rate, when coupled with the number of officers who are going to other law enforcement agencies, is a trend that we should be worried about, or is it an aberration based solely on, what happened last summer? Do we know yet?
It is an absolute concern that we have, without question. We lost well over 100 additional personnel beyond retirements and normal separations. And many of them are leaving the state, going to other agencies, or leaving the profession. And that is an absolute concern, and one that internally we're addressing with our command officers and our training officers to ensure that we are not discouraging the next generation of cop, those young officers with 1 to 5 to 7 years on the job, from leaving this agency because of the animus that is out there in this profession locally. It's been a tough year emotionally on our people. We know that, on their families, that they're questioning being here, or is this the right agency to continue this profession? So it is an internal effort as well to make sure that, because you look at the P3s, they're not leaving. Now part of this is the tenure comparison. The number of P3s that have 5 years or less is a relatively small number, but this is an absolute strategic issue for us. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. No further questions.
And sir, if I can also add in, during that period of time when we had our hiring stoppage, we found that other outside agencies were actively recruiting from LAPD because they knew that we would not be hiring. And when we did a study of some of the local agencies as far as their salary, we find that generally speaking, most of the local agencies had higher salary offerings to their recruits, and which ultimately became some LAPD recruits. So that's a little troubling also.
Thank you for that data point, Captain.
Yes, thank you, Captain. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Commissioner Soboroff, I see your mic is open, sir. Did you have a question?
Yep, I think this was a super interesting report, and I agree with you in that take a little bit of time to analyze. But I want to say that I think that there are some skill sets to analyze this report that we may need to reach out to beyond us. And my question to the chief is, are there people that you would like to look at this from John Jay, from the league, things like that might give you their interpretations of it, that might be helpful to you? And then I have one follow-up.
Certainly we invite that. This is a conversation that we're having amongst major city chiefs. We are seeing this attrition on major cities across America. This is not unique to LA. The early departures, the resignations, some leaving the field, other going to what they feel may perhaps be greener pastures, if you will, from the turmoil of the larger cities. But certainly I welcome that opportunity. I'm actually at an engagement with ICP, and I'll explore that as a potential, if there's a resource there that could look at this data and help us get better information from it as well.
Okay, my second question is, and this is not covered, but if you were to give just your instinct as to what percentage of our officers are recruiting would speak favorably to their own children or their neighbors or their cousins about becoming a cop with LAPD now versus 10 years ago, now versus 5 years ago, now versus a year ago. What's your instinct?
Scale of magnitudes, it's less. I don't have the numbers, but certainly I believe that we see the ebb and flow of this, and we recognize, and frankly, this is not just the police reform and the calls for racial justice and the criticism, some fair and oftentimes not, of law enforcement in that engagement. We're also seeing from the pandemic, people are leaving their professions. They're worn out, if you will. There's an article in today's Wall Street Journal on this, on a topic, I believe, this or the LA Times, that people are we're going through that episode where they're frustrated, they're tired, they're feeling fatigued, and they're saying they're looking for options outside. And what we're asking people here, because we've had some come back already, not many, because it's been a short duration, but we're asking them to pause, take it in such turbulent times, to pause for a moment and center themselves this is an agency that needs them, wants them, the public needs them, and to not abandon the field through this turmoil.
Commissioner, if I may just offer additional information as well. I think that this is a very complex issue, and it is much more than just anecdotal information that we have as to why officers are leaving. But it warrants a look at us internally and introspectively to understand what drives this level of inclusion and belongingness within the department. Because generally speaking, and studies show that when people feel that they truly belong and are inclusive in an environment, they feel valued, they feel that they have equal job opportunities for different promotion, advancement opportunities and different job assignments, that creates better job satisfaction, which would help us develop our talent for the next generation, as well as retain our individuals. So those are some things that I'm looking at from a DEI lens in terms of looking at the level of support within the department, from the community and from our city partners. It's this policing ecosystem that if we're not all working together as a productive working entity, then that's when we begin to see some things fall by the wayside. So with our 30 by 30 initiative, the pledge, there are a number of surveys that we are able to tap into, which we're looking at right now. That's specific to women that I want to dive deeper into to understand why women are leaving or why they only seek certain positions in the department. But also I'm working with the Chief Equity Officer for the Personnel Department, Malika Billups. She's currently writing the RFP for a climate survey. So with that, I believe we should be able to tailor some of those questions unique to our department to understand some of those complex issues what we're talking about today.
Thank you, Commander Flores. Commissioner Soberoff, did that conclude your questioning, sir? Thank you. Thank you. Any further questions from commissioners? Please, Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, thank you. And I'll reserve the opportunity to ask some additional questions after we get the presentation or the report that's going to be circulated. So I'll look forward to that. First question I have, generally speaking, do we know how much it costs to recruit and train someone, say from the very beginning, when someone first starts the process to the time they're finishing their first year, as a P1? Do we know roughly what that cost is?
I believe it's about $100,000. Is that right, Chief?
Yes, it's we estimate a ballpark of 100 to 150,000. When you look at, it all depends on what you start looping into it. Field training officer time, salary costs for that first year and a half. So separation, anywhere between the applicant to the recruit to the 1 year in the field. Aaron, anything you'd add to that?
No, sir, that's the exact number that we've always gone by. Again, as you say, if you include salary in that also, then that number goes up a lot more. But if you go just with the training, the 100,000 is going to be pretty close to accurate.
Thank you. So with regard to whether it's the 79 that were recruited in the 2021, or even I think it was about 505 over the 5-year period. I know these were presented in the percentages as to those who left, but just flip that around. Do we know how many of the 79 are still here, and how many of if you looked at in 5 years over that 505, how many of those are still here?
I don't know that we're prepared today. I believe the majority of the 79 are still here, but I don't know that we've looked at. Some of those are now coming. Well, some of those are just nearly 18 months into their period. So no, I don't have that. We have to follow up.
And aside from the issue generally, but here this morning, and also just as we continue the analysis, I'm going to be trying to focus primarily on the front end of the equation, meaning the not just the recruiting process, but in particular that P1 experience and what happens there. And so I'm going now to the issue of the resignations, and if I heard correctly, I mean, it's almost the same number of people who are either deemed to have some unsatisfactory performance. That was 23.7%, I believe. And then this other category of people resigning for personal reasons, which was 22.1%, I think. So if I'm reading that correctly, it's almost about the same. And one question, this is now I'm focusing on the personal reasons part of it. How much is known really about what that involves? You know, obviously there are some cases, I'm sure, where anybody who has full access and full transparency to someone's situation might conclude that they had personal reasons. But my other guess is that there's also probably a lot of other stuff that, you know, is reflected in that number, from people who either don't feel they're getting the support they think they need, or people who feel that it's not worth trying to continue to improve because whatever it is. But my assumption is that there's probably a fair number in that category. So what's known really about that category of people, you know, over 20%, and the opportunity to really see that coming?
So Commissioner, I'll ask Aaron or Elena to answer this. This was an area of focus 2 years ago because we saw the number jump up to 30 on fiscal year 19-20, 28%, where you know declined to state, if you will. And we were concerned by that because are there cultural issues? Is there hazing? If there's biases, or you know they're opting out, but inside of that is something within our organization that we need to be aware of. Let me ask you, our two panelists, as far as your input on that, or how you've taken that direction to heart to find out more.
So what I have found that, generally speaking, what I've seen when it comes to someone put down for personal reasons, a lot of times that's just going to be the catch-all. Either A, they don't want us to know why it is they're leaving. Generally, though, a lot of times it's because they are not passing the standard of being either on probation or in the academy, and it just becomes a catch-all that they're putting for personal reasons. We have tried to drill down a little bit more on that, but it becomes a little bit difficult because, you know, we don't want to violate any rights or make them talk about something they don't want to talk about. But generally, like I say, it's just been a catch-all response regarding them putting down. Usually that means they really don't want to tell us the reason why they're leaving.
And so I think there's an area that is worth some further consideration, just again to understand it. As I accept, as you're saying, that in some cases one can only do so much to really get into someone's mind and so on. But I think my instincts tell me there's probably some more that can be done to understand not just when people get there and check that box, but also what happens leading up to that situation. I think is probably worth knowing some more about. Now, including, can anyone speak to just this general scenario where there's someone in this kind of probationary period that has got is in, let's call it a danger zone, a warning zone, whatever we want to call it, someone that's got some potential risk of not being with the department at some point in time, whether it's a performance issue, whether it's an issue with their feeling comfortable with the level of support they're getting, whatever it is, hazing, whatever the situation is. What are the main checks in the process really to identify those issues and try to actively work with people to resolve them before you get to someone either leaving, whether it's for another department, personal reasons, or even being terminated? Again, question
can you talk
is,
about, or Elena, can you talk about the review process of a separation and at the area level and up through the chain to training division?
Yeah, so normally when a probation officer or a new recruit, I think there's quite a bit of remediation, and Commander Flores might be able to speak a little bit more, depending on the circumstances. If it is within the academy, I think there's quite a bit of opportunities for a candidate to improve on whatever technique or skill sets that they might be lacking. When they're out in the field, in an actual vehicle and doing their probationary status out in the field. The same type of situation applies. There's evaluations on a daily basis where a new recruit or a probationer is being evaluated and provided the opportunities to improve on whatever skill sets they have or that they're lacking while they're through the academy and on probation. When an employee decides that they are going to resign, the commanding officer and or his lieutenant will usually speak to that employee and try to get more information, see if there's any kind of training that can be provided, additional training, just to help them through the process. I know Commander Flores's group will also kind of discuss or take an individual aside and try to assist them with opportunities that might be provided, or a mentor that could be assigned, or walk them through the process to not help them change their mind, but to maybe provide them more guidance, as to why they are looking to resign from the department. On the resignation form, the candidate has their opportunity to provide specific information about why they are leaving the department or deciding to separate from the department, as well as the commanding officer will provide us a lot more information as to what may have been lacking, or maybe some other circumstances, as you mentioned, Commissioner Bonner, that the employee may have mentioned, whether it be a ill family member or that they wanted to move out of state, or whatever the case may be. We do try to gather as much information as possible during that process that they are considering resigning. But Commander Flores, I don't know if there's more information as far as the employee development piece that you could provide.
Yes, thank you, Elena. So along the way for a probationary officer, there's multiple layers or levels where there's checks and balances and opportunities for the employee to seek additional help or remediation. There's every division has a probationary coordinator, a P1 coordinator, who is in charge of monitoring the book, so to speak, and making sure that all the daily entries are in there. But it's also beyond that. It's very personalized, where the probationary officer will meet with their den sergeants, even all the way up to a captain. So for a probationary officer to be struggling or not meeting standards, there are several people in the chain of command that know, including the captain. And we will do everything that we can to make sure that they have access to employee assistance or our police psychologist. We'll send them back to training division to get specific not advanced, but more remedial training, in addition to the training that they're getting from their training officer. We look at the whole person. There may be issues involved in terms of home life or stressors in their life that might dictate that, we should move this officer to a different watch per se for a particular period of time. We're very selective of who their training officers are, because we want to give them the tools to succeed. And the call to action that I've made to all of our affinity groups is to directly be involved with these new officers. And so we've all made the commitment as board members of our affinity groups to make ourselves available to be part of that matchmaking, so to speak, find mentors and be part of these probationary officers' careers from the onset, before it's too late or before they ask for help. We want to provide them that assistance. And I think those are things that we're doing moving forward to continue to give them the confidence to continue to move forward. Some of them, the reality of it is that some just don't meet the standards, regardless of the amount of training that we provide. And those are the ones that we do see that have to be separated from the department. But I think I can proudly say that we do provide a variety of different skill sets at different levels and ranks for all of our employees during the probationary period.
And also, if I can add, in recruitment, from the very beginning, we have mentors that we offer to candidates as they go through the hiring process. Usually what happens, they often develop really good relationships with those candidates, and then those candidates still are offered the opportunity to communicate with mentors once they get into the academy or even onto probation. So that's another opportunity for them to loop back and have a connection with someone they know, someone they're familiar with, and to help them to resolve any issues or problems they may be confronted with.
I appreciate that. I guess an observation and a question. Observation is that it's an area I think that warrants some continuing and ongoing focus and analysis. Particularly, not only you have the level of investment, the broad need generally, you have the level of investment in getting people there, but also this is kind of probably one of the most vulnerable stages of one's career in law enforcement. It strikes me. I'm saying when you're a new person coming there, you've got a lot of pressure to prove yourself, but also to meet the requirements. And yet you're being, assessed and evaluated by people who've been around for a while and so on and so forth. So I don't know if there's a mechanism now, but if there isn't, I think the suggestion would be to try to find a mechanism to try to get some feedback from that side, more feedback from that side of it, and particularly for people for whom the system hasn't worked. So for those who have separated from the department, I don't know if we already have some mechanism for getting their insights as to, at least and that's all it is, it's their insight from their perspective. But I'd be curious to know whether people really, feel that they got the level of support that was necessary, including for the people who actually do separate. And I'm thinking now again, whether it's personal reasons or leaving for another department. Is that a final determination, or do you have an opportunity when someone says, I got personal reasons, can you still go to them and also, potentially change their mind and encourage them to stick with the process? And so I don't want to get too far into all of it, but I'm just signaling that it'd be interesting, or I think important, if we don't already have a mechanism for sitting on that side of it to understand for those who are the recipients or the intended recipients of all the support and the effort, is it really coming through in a way that we would all want?
So I think one of the things that we are doing in terms of when an individual comes in and wants to resign or leave the department, the commanding officers have been active in trying to understand why that is, and do everything we can to retain the individuals, to the extent that I myself have received a few calls, and other affinity group members have received calls, because we've told these commanding officers, let us talk to them, let us have someone else that looks like them or of a lower rank talk to them and explain to them the benefits or the differences of our department versus others. I think young officers are attracted by that higher pay right off the bat, but I think long-term, opportunity, bringing it back to the reasons why they came to the LAPD was because we are a large department. There's an opportunity to serve a diverse community, and that's what attracted them to come here. So I think having our affinity groups directly involved in that way, we have an opportunity to become impactful, hopefully retain some of those individuals.
Appreciate that. And my final question, at least for today, is staying with the theme that I was just laying out in terms of someone who is, what I was characterizing as in their most vulnerable stage of the career, and has probably the least amount of power in that equation. Is there an opportunity for someone in that situation to engage or provide feedback or comments or complaints, concerns in an anonymous kind of situation, or is someone always identified as the source of a complaint or a question, such that that they may be deterred from bringing those things to fore?
No, we accept information anonymously. Obviously, a person identifying themselves would allow us to conduct more detailed investigation and in efforts to determine the merits of what they're identifying. But we're looking for information and perspective for those that leave the organization after, to meet the qualifications to be a member of this organization. We go through, for every applicant, we go through 100. I'm sorry, for every 100 applicants, we'll hire 5. So they've met a very high standard, and we have a lot invested in them, and we would ask for them to be invested in us, and to lose them is very disturbing, as this whole report, to lose a person within 5 years or 10 years, very, very troubling. So what's driving that, not from an anecdotal standpoint, but from a factual matter, is always an interest to us. I would look to, for a P1 who may not know the organization that well, reach out to a supervisor, reach out to an employee affiliate organization. I'm proud of our employee affiliates who are now establishing themselves as mentors through Captain McCraney, through Commander Flores. We're assigning personnel that have volunteered, step forward. That peer support group is there, and they can navigate. But they can also just email me to the extent that it will take information from any source in order to determine what's happening, what's going on, and what we can do to do better.
Just thank you. I'll just an area that I'll want to understand a little bit better as we continue the conversation.
Commissioner, I think I welcome you. Captain McCraney, I know, is a tremendous resource that I think to expose you to that process, more day-to-day operations, and we look forward to your input.
I think, I mean, on it quite candidly, I think that would be somewhat helpful, but in an ideal world, I think what I would be, the people I would be engaging with are some P1s for whom the system didn't turn out so well, or with some for whom it did turn out so well. So I think that's part of what I'm getting at, is to try to really make sure that that when you're at the, kind of at the lowest rung of the, the tier, so to speak, that that's hard to get that kind of feedback filtered through too many, stops. So nothing, against Captain McCraney, as I said, I'll value that conversation, but I'm just signaling, I think to get to the other level of it, we probably somehow would need to hear the views, whether it's directly or through some process from people.
I look to Captain McCraney reaching out to those ones that have left the organization, and let's get an interest pool and have that meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Any further questions from commissioners on this matter? I do have one final then. I believe it would be to the chief. I'm not sure who would answer this, but I just want to be sure, and it was alluded to earlier, the job force for any employer has changed over time. The needs that employees need, there are many pressures on the workforce today, and many officers certainly are probably part of the sandwich generation, where they're not just taking care of younger children, but they also have elderly parents, and a more flexible work schedule may be appropriate for a certain period of time. And I realize such a change would present significant issues on deployment and planning and patrol, and but the historical structure of a work schedule perhaps needs to be reevaluated for individuals for a certain period of time, where maybe a modified schedule would be of assistance, where there's work sharing or other types of modern accommodations to the workforce. I wonder, just generally, is the department looking at that and evaluating whether those opportunities may be available for the workforce?
Yes, presently, as you know, as a reminder for the others, this is an advisory committee recommendation as well, and Commander Flores, as our DEI, working with Elena Eskian, is working on what type of changes would be needed: pension, job description, administrative code. Commander Flores, anything you'd add to that, or do you talk more in depth about that?
Yes, sir. Yes. So those are some of the questions that we want to pose to our through our internal surveys to understand, number one, the need and the extent of the issues, but certainly something we'd like to pilot and start.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to be sure that that is an issue on the front burner for the department. It may not be what the workforce needs, so greatly appreciate that survey to identify what may be helpful in terms of accommodating that, because certainly smaller departments just have more flexibility, and maybe that's an attractive feature of some of those departments. So thank you for doing that. And just final call for questions from commissioners. Seeing none, there is no board action needed to be taken on that matter, as it was a report back. I thank all members of the department Ms. Escuin, Commander Flores, Captain McCraney, thank you very much for your time and the detailed presentation. And I know all commissioners, we look forward to going into those numbers on the PowerPoint more directly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I know the board secretary will be bringing up the individuals or Captain Waters who will be presenting on item 3C, the department's report relative to the MEU evaluation report that was requested by the city council. And as soon as she's able to, Captain Waters is able to join us, I'll ask Captain Waters to open her mic and her camera and ask a brief. Well, I see there are a number of people in the room, so welcome. And Captain, if I could ask you to introduce the folks who are present, as well as give a brief overview of the report. All members of the commission have read it.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, commissioners, Chief Moore, Inspector General, Mr. T. Fank. I'm Captain Chris Waters, and I'm sitting in as the acting commanding officer for DSVD while Captain Bixler is on vacation. I do believe he presented on June 29th. With me this afternoon are subject matter experts, Detective 3 Nelly Nava Mercado and Sergeant 2 Douglas Winger. As you know, the Los Angeles Police Department's Mental Evaluation Unit is one of the first and largest law enforcement mental health co-response operations in the nation. LAPD deploys MEU resources to the field to assist officers when they're called to mental health issues and when mental health issues are suspected, in order to ensure police officers respond to these calls for services appropriately. However, the demand for these services means that these resources are not always available to the officers in the field who need them. MEU has a number of subunits, including the Systematic Mental Assessment Response Teams, SMART teams, that is code supported by the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health, and help uniform officers effectively respond and to link people in crisis with the appropriate mental health services needed. Mental health is a factor in a number of calls fielded by LAPD, and officers responding to these calls should always have assistance from specialized units trained for these instances. With that said, we're prepared to answer any of the questions you might have for us today.
Thank you very much for that overview, Captain. We certainly appreciate it. Members of the commission, I'm going to open it up for questions. Any member of the commission who has a question, please just indicate for me. Commissioner Briggs, sir, and then Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Decker. I read with particular interest these reports that were provided and the recommendations here. I just want to make sure that I have my numbers correct. And that is that we currently have 17 units per day to field. Is that correct, Captain?
Yes, and I'm going to let Doug go forward and answer that, but yes, that is correct.
So 17 units per day have to deal with approximately 9,725 mental health calls. Do I have that statistic correct, or am I misreading that?
Hey, sorry, it's Sergeant Winger, in case the camera can't quite pick us up. It's largely accurate. The 17 units was a goal when we first expanded several years ago. Though through attrition, our numbers are really closer to, say, 13 and a half units per day. The numbers that you see for 9,725 radio calls are radio calls that were calls that came into MEU for assistance, specific for a mental evaluation or somehow mental illness was involved. If you were to look at that right now, or looked at a little bit differently, the calls that you have information on are radio calls that came to MEU. However, if you look at it on a larger scope, the number could actually be much larger, upwards even 12 or 13,000.
Thank you for that, Sergeant, because what I'm trying to get to is realistically, do we have sufficient number of MEUs to deal with the daily number of calls that the department receives for help in this situation?
You know, sir, that's one of the reasons why we're looking for an expansion. In February, I think we may have kind of addressed this at some point during the year, but in February, we changed our response a bit as a secondary responder for patrol, whereas patrol would respond to a mental illness or a mental health radio call, determine that it was a mental health radio call and that SMART's assistance would be needed, in which case we would respond. In February 8th to be exact, we changed our response to a co-responder, meaning in those crisis calls that were in progress, SMART was to be dispatched with the patrol unit to handle on scene with that unit to assist with things like de-escalation and then to kind of take over the call if it was a mental illness call and SMART's expertise was needed. What we have found though is even with the base number that you're looking at 9725, we're still able to respond, but because we are spread out, if you will, we don't necessarily have that many calls, our response time is much slower than would be a normal patrol response. So it's sort of the same result as we had before co-response. So from an obviously biased opinion, given where I work and what I do, yes, I think we do need more units to kind of assist patrol with these calls.
And thank you for that, Sergeant. And I'll just give two anecdotes. I've done a couple of ride-alongs now, and the most recent ones both involve mental health calls. And while, with the sergeant on the way over, my question to him was, well, are we going to get the MEU to attend this call? Because, the call came over that this actually involved a mental health crisis because the department had responded to this particular address on 4 prior occasions, and it was understood that this was going to be another, mental health situation that involved an individual suffering from a mental health crisis. And, I was candidly told that, that would take hours for MEU to get there. And so a number of units responded, because of some physical violence, no weapons were involved, but nonetheless, a number of units responded. They were able to de-escalate the situation and resolve it, but in that instance, MEU did not respond. And then just last week, there was another situation that involved a female victim who was in crisis who thought she had been kidnapped. Clearly she was suffering as well, but again, no MEU unit actually was on the horizon or, to my knowledge, was not even going to be responding to that particular call, although the officers who were there, provided the family members with some resources to reach out to and to call on, to their credit. I guess my point is, just from those 2 incidents that I saw firsthand, it doesn't seem like we have sufficient numbers of MEU and SMART teams to address what appears to be an escalating situation here in our city, where a number of the calls involve, a mental health crisis. So while I recognize, the budgetary constraints that we're under, I just question whether what you're recommending, I believe it was 21 units, is sufficient for what appears to be going on in our city now. And you can respond, or the chief can respond, but this is what I'm seeing firsthand.
Yeah. I think you're seeing, that's ground truth. reality of this is that the 13 units that are being deployed over the course of 24 hours a day, we've now moved them up in the queue so that they co-respond. But with 9,000 plus calls for service over the course of 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, those units are simply not going to be available. The rate, and as the sergeant indicated, and I respect that the mental health related calls are higher than the 9,000 calls out of the 1 million calls for service that we get. There is mental health component in as much as 20 to 30% of these calls. So a co-responder model is certainly what we wish we had a greater level of, yet we lead the county, if not the country, in the number of units that we have available, deployed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week across the city. As you know, as you'll point on page 2, 16 additional department personnel, we could expand, restore, if you will, back to our 17 units a day. That would provide us with, 2 units per geographic bureau on night watch, and 1 unit overnight. So you have a city of 4 million and, 2 units in the San Fernando Valley with 168 square miles and 4 million people. So, this is, now having said that, we also are short 5 clinicians. This has been, and yet if those clinicians were here, I would increase the prioritization of giving and adding additional sworn personnel. And the reason for that is so that we have that SMART team that could co-respond and increase the chances that they would be available for these calls. Because to look at the report that says, let's recommend if we move this out to 21 people, the difference then becomes 27 police officers, 13 clinicians. This has always been a balancing act, which as an organization for the last 30 years, what we've tried to do and what we've done most recently in the last 5 years is mental health intervention training, because we can't get the co-responder model staffed at a sufficient level so that every command would have a couple mental health SMART teams that could respond and be first in. That's where we need to go, though. That's when we talk about reimagining public safety, and we talk about adding public mental health outreach workers and people in the community. We need to join. There's also a particular leg of that stool that needs to be police officers with a mental health clinician professional. So the CLEAR effort that's happening or the Circle initiative that's happening in Hollywood and Venice now, which will be in the 4th quarter of this year, that's going to put a mental health professional working with Urban Alchemy and a community ambassador that's going to respond to mental health related calls that don't involve violence. That model needs to build a scale. And this model, which has been in existence for decades, needs to build. And at the same time, we're in a very resource starved environment with the smaller, much smaller, 600 fewer police officers. But again, if Dr. Sharon could add additional clinicians, he's strapped as well, because he's trying to staff people for Circle. He's trying to staff mental health outreach clinicians. And at the same time, I'm asking for more. But this is a priority to us. The council is asking. I'm encouraged by them asking and your support and advocacy for additional units. And there's not an officer in the organization that would argue that we could not use more SMART resources out there and would benefit from them in every geographic area.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, just one quick follow-up to that. So are you effectively saying that if we were to determine that the recommended number is too low, that there would not be sufficient clinicians to staff a higher number, that this is the intermediary step to getting to what the city really needs?
Yes, this is we're a part of the solution. This is shared responsibility. The staffing for MEU, and I'll ask Captain Waters or the sergeant there, they work with DMH regularly to encourage clinicians to work alongside us so that we can fully staff our SMART teams.
But if we were to recommend a higher number, there simply is not even the staff to do that. Is that right?
That's correct. Even if I allocated 16 additional, if we allocated 16 additional officers, that would be essentially where we would be taking 3 units out of the field of patrol, so that those 16 officers could work 7 days a week in a smart configuration. We would need 5 clinicians to accompany them that we don't have right now. This report envisions 21 units per day, which to Commissioner Briggs's point, would still be woefully inadequate if our desire is that 100% of mental health related calls would be handled by a smart team, and an ambition that all of us, support.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Soboroff?
Sure. Let's talk about federal funding for some of these things, because that's what we're underfunded. These guys are overworked, and the demand is only growing in multiples. They just passed this DOJ, a law enforcement mental health and wellness act. There are a number of these kinds of programs that do funding just for this stuff. And who looks for these? How do we keep up to date with these things? I mean, this is an issue that is a national issue where DOJ seems to be allocating some resources. Are there? How can we look to the outside for funding? I'm not talking about private funding. I'm talking about government funding.
So we're currently working with the Board of Supervisors, LA County Board of Supervisors, through the CCJCC, and they have monies that have been set aside for community services and intervention and supportive services for people experiencing mental health illness. And Deputy Chief Pitcher on Monday proposed to that committee the proposal of a $4 million that would add staffing for clinicians and would allow us to expand our presence. We're hopeful that now there's a lot of priorities for those funding, for that funding that's available, but we're hopeful that that's going to find some favor and give us the ability to expand this.
The Chief, the one that I saw, it was just renewed on June 9th for next year, is through the COPS division of the Department of Justice. It's called the Law Enforcement Mental Health and Wellness Act. Program funds used to improve, blah, blah, blah. I would just hope that we would research as many of those as possible, because if the feds have some money out there, that would be great to get.
Thank you, sorry, Will. And just for the record, Madam President, it's the Public Safety Realignment Team. It's a public meeting on July 30th at 11 a.m. On their agenda is a summary of their final level of support for scoring for budget items submitted to the Chief Executive Officer for the county that identifies our requests, as well as other agencies, to how to access funding and that would be available through the realignment.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chief. Further questions, Commissioner Bonner, sir.
Thank you very much. Suppose it's somewhat of a follow-on to the last line of questioning, but I just observe that one of the common themes or the last several meetings, but every couple of meetings, is we get a report that identifies a need for some additional resources. So today it's the number that on MEU, we had the after action review, and at least the community part of that, I believe it was the 8 slows that we could do these various things. If we had 8 more slows and so on. But the point is that there's a kind of a constant set of reports that come out that conclude that there's some additional resources of some kind necessary. I'm going to assume that of the 9752 funded positions, that most, if not all, of those add-ons that I'm referring to are probably outside that number. That's my assumption, and so that's one thing could be corrected here if I'm not understanding that correctly. But the main point is that it's very difficult to understand really when you add all them up. Every couple of weeks we need 10 more here, we need 30 here, 21 here for this and that. And I don't diminish for a minute any particular request. I'm pointing out how unwieldy or how complicated, difficult it is to keep track really of what is being said as to how many people are needed and to do what. So that's the question, I suppose, is that possible to present something that takes everything at least that's been before us today, in the past year, that has identified some need for additional resources, and lay that aside, what's already funded. And then to Commissioner Sobrow's point, yeah, if some of those are going to, be funded by federal resources or something, okay, that maybe can be identified, and then we can see what is it that potentially is going to be put before the council potentially at some point. But I'm just pointing out that I don't doubt that there's a need for additional resources. I'm not doubting that at all. Typically because government tends in some cases to under report what those needs are. But at the same time, if you put it to a government agency a problem, oftentimes the answer is we need more FTEs or we need more people and something. So just trying to ask for some help in getting the commission more clear on the full scope of needs that have been identified, what they are, and whether they'll be put forward in a budget proposal next year or whether they will be on a list for to be funded through grants of some kind. But I think you get the picture. But is there some easier way than the ad hoc approach that where I could maybe keep a note here every week and track them? But is there some easier way to get the full picture?
Yes, I think the department's strategic plan, the department's budget documents, both are strategic in identifying what the challenges are, what the opportunities are, prioritization, and moving forward. We are in a very, with the reduction in workforce, we're at 9,424 officers, not 9,752.
No, I'm looking at the funded number. I see the.
Yeah, but it's not funded. It's actually funded at 9,424. If we had funding.
Is there, by the way, is there a reason that it's identified as funded 9,752?
Yes, it's a practice of at the year end, our desire is to grow to that point. The city's fiscal process is to pay as you go, and the staff that you have, not the staff that you hope to land at. And we're actually going to land at 9,702 is what our hiring plan of 740 sworn officers if we attrit 500. So there's a lot of, it's complex, but to your point, do we prioritize these things? Absolutely. The reports that you have coming back before you by the end of August will talk about the advisory committees and the after action reports and identify for training what our recommendations are for community engagement and what our recommendations are. And some of them will be unfunded. Some of them will be require us to realign existing resources, and some of them just won't be done because we don't have the ability to realign, or we don't expect that it'll be funded because of a starvation, a lack, if you will, of sufficient funding for all the needs. And that's historic. Now, this is a rolling strategic plan. So as we look back over the last 3 years, 5 years, you can see our realignment back to support uniform patrol and investigations on the street. And that has pulled away from specialized units and pulled away from other posts. The SMART was an area that was protected from that specialization downsizing. And that's a strategic decision. So what I'm signaling for you here is that the 17 units that this initial model, which was what we aimed for 2015, is understaffed by 16 officers. It's understaffed by civilian by DMH personnel by 5. It would be my first priority with those 5 clinicians to restore that to 2015 levels, even though the workforce is 500 fewer police officers. And the reason for that is just because of the benefit, the force multiplier that SMART team represents. It would come at a sacrifice of patrol units, but it would come at a benefit to those same patrol units into public safety. But we do keep a running tally in our mind right now, not in our mind, in our strategic plan is articulation for this coming year that talks about DEI, talks about our training responsibility of 700 plus recruits, of making sure they're qualified and well-trained, as well as the in-service burden, while also maintaining Professional Standards Bureau and their resources for investigations of misconduct, allegations of misconduct, and still maintain a field force that has officers working. And you can take a step back and say, we're asked to do too much with too little. And that's where our realignment of traffic reports and lower level crime reports have now gone online. That's where our desks, downsizing our desk operations. That's where referrals to D.D. Hirsch and 311 and 211 are alternatives, some of them better alternatives than policing, but others a lesser priority going to an alternative other than a police officer. So that's in a quick 2-minute ordeal. That's where we're at on a managing day-to-day strategically. And as a commission, I welcome, as we come up with a budget document, there'll be a letter from the mayor to this department heads in about the next 30 to 45 days with instructions. We'll have to take those instructions and then overlay them again on what our capabilities are, what our resources are, and what our needs are, and then come up with a proposal that tries to hit that sweet spot.
Right. So let me just a couple points work backwards. So with the process that you mentioned, typically, at least in my experience, that letter from the mayor and so on would reflect the input of the chief and probably the executive committee of this board and maybe some others but typically it's not something that we may see it as part of our presentation, not something that we directly, weigh in on. What I'm looking for, and your clarification on the funded positions is a good point, where I'm looking at, the document that was attached to this week's agenda that identifies funded sworn positions at 9,752. You're telling me, oh no, that's really 94 something. So that's a big swing. It's not like you're off by 5 or 3. That's 300 officers that you're off by for I'm sure a very good reason. If you could unwind what you're telling us, what I'm looking for is one page, something pretty simple that says, here's how many positions are authorized. Here's how many people we have. Oh, and here's the list when we look back over 2021 and all the discussions we've had, and whether it's responding to council members, whether it's board request. Here's all of the other positions that have been identified as what's really needed, and explain which one of those were captured as already in the 9752, or which ones would be a net increase to the personnel strength if they were enacted. That's kind of what I'm looking for, really, is something that is pretty straightforward, that just tells us, if you look at all of the reports that have come to us over this past year that have identified some additional needs, what's that full tally look like, and how does it compare to what's already authorized or what's in the queue?
Okay, we'll tally that up.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Any further questions, commissioners, regarding item 3C? Commissioner Kalanchik.
Thank you. I have a question for Captain Waters. Obviously, there is a huge need for the smart car or the MEU program. I'm wondering, what would you say would be the percentage of calls that wouldn't require a police response? Like a possibility of deploying like 2 clinicians in your experience?
Before I misspeak, let me let Doug Winger go with that. What do you think about that?
As far as, so when we look at mental illness radio calls, the way we kind of look at it, we kind of break it up. So we'll look at the radio calls that involve what we would consider to be a tactical response. So if an individual is suffering from a mental health issue, and the individual's behaviors or actions are such that now we have violence or a weapon or a crime or a barricade or a jumper, a high profile type of an incident, that's what we look at from the standpoint of, we need the police. There's a tactical response to help de-escalate that situation. As opposed to an individual who is suicidal, a danger to themselves and themselves only. So then we kind of look at it from the standpoint of, do we need a police response, or like to the chief's point earlier, would it be more appropriate for an all civilian type of a response, i.e. a mobile psych team through the county? So when you look at the number of calls, and it's sort of a guesstimate what I'll give you, but the majority of our radio calls are not necessarily something that would necessarily need a police response per se, because again, it's an individual who is sad, they're suicidal, but there's not a larger threat to the community, something where civilians could respond. So it would be more than half. I would almost guesstimate even almost 60%, if not higher. As opposed to those calls where police officers would necessarily be needed to respond to stabilize the scene, at which case with the SMART team or others could handle it from there.
So half, you're saying half of the 9725?
It would actually, I would say it would be more than half.
Like the 62%.
Would
The 62%? Is that?
No. What he's referring to is that the 62% is how many we, the SMART team, assume from patrol. Commissioner, I'd reference you to the psych mobile response teams by LA County. If you go online and you can see a well-defined detail. First note, it's adults only. There's a problem. Second one is that they are not deployed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They need to be. So what happens in both those instances is those calls now go to an LAPD unit. So there are psych teams deployed presently. I believe there's 5, and I'll ask MEU to help me on this. I think there's 5 in the county on a daily basis, Monday through Friday. And Captain Waters or Sergeant, can you help me with this?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
That's about right. Yeah, that's about right.
So at the county of 10 million, 5 day watch mobile psych teams that should handle exactly what you've talked about. And because of the absence of that resource, it ends up coming to a SMART team or in the absence of them, an ACAR. We want to change that. And I'm looking with the Circle program that's the mayor's invested in $3 million plus to start in Hollywood and Pacific by the end of this year for such a capability.
So it would also benefit us to push for more psych teams as an alternative to having a patrol car respond. Okay, that makes sense. Because it isn't our total, LAPD's responsibility to have to respond to all mental health calls, but by default, they come to LAPD.
Well, there's no one else to call. Exactly. That's why we need to build those other resources. And I'm encouraged by the board of supervisors and city council and Mayor Garcetti. They get that their budget for this current fiscal year that we've started invest more heavily in those services. And at the same time, the current requirement of SMART. What this speaks to also though is the current expectations of SMART teams, which are a co-responder model, needs to also be bolstered. So there's needs on the psych teams that are entirely non-law enforcement and on the co-responder model. So the legs of the stool are supported. And then to the sergeant's point that when you have violence, a person with a weapon and shooting threatening to kill someone or hurt someone, that's a police model because we want to make sure that the psych professional is not harmed. So that's what this is. This presentation is not complete because it's just one aspect of the lens.
Well, I think it's important for the public to know and for commissioners to know what we need to be advocates for, right? For me, if we bolster the amount of psych teams, that takes less pressure off of, LAPD having to respond to a lot of these calls that are not necessarily emergencies that could hurt, other residents or civilians.
Strategically thinking and delivering on that is critical. Strategically bolstering SMART co-responders now would be smart. Pardon the pun. Would be smart policing because it's lessening the enforcement side by putting a clinician there, which is going to have better outcomes, and it also is broadening their capabilities while the psych team capability of outreach alone is so woefully under. Just getting them to 24-hour-a-day coverage would be a huge lift. And then getting them to have a presence in just LA City, even at their 5 layers. So we're talking about 13 units a day that we've fallen back to in the city of Los Angeles. The psych team, mobile psych team, is 5 for the entire county day watch.
Which is an issue.
So strategically coming at this is where, to Commissioner Bonner's point earlier, those are the conversations we're having with CCJCC, with our elected officials, and I welcome your
I think we should be having those conversations
leadership on that as well.
Because I think it's, I mean, it puts more pressure on us to have to not just figure out how to get the money for the clinician, to have the county increase the number of clinicians, but also to increase the number of officers that are going to work those cars, right? So that's there's two steps there where we can also advocate for psych teams maybe dedicated to LAPD areas, since we have probably in the cities and the county, probably the largest amount of calls. But I mean, those are strategically things that as a commission, we need to think about as well when we have opportunities to have conversations with city council and also with our county elected officials. And I think that's kind of what I feel Commissioner Bonner was getting at, is that we're always like trying to augment our services, but maybe we need a strategy to figure out like what, and I don't want to put in any words in your mouth, Commissioner, but I kind of feel like we have all these like wonderful strategies to address needs in the city, but like what is the overall strategy to bring these resources that we so desperately need, so that we're all working in concert to make this happen.
If I could pick up then on that, Commissioner Kalanche, and ask the department to work with Mr. Tiefenk on a report back more broadly on all the calls that are being diverted, all the diversion programs, as well as the broader strategic efforts in working with the county and federal systems to get resources and prioritizing what is available and what should be our priority asks of each level of government in this area. Does that satisfy your, okay, thank you, Commissioner Kalanche, I saw your head nod. Commissioner Soboroff, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to say emphatically that we're not reinventing the wheel here. There's a budget that's put out every year. It could be when I was president, the 2 times I was president, I mean, I think it's a couple thousand pages of document of priorities, and we have an opportunity as a commission to go through and change some of those priorities. So this is not just something, oh, this is a great idea, let's figure it out. We do this for all year long. There are groups that work on prioritizing these very specific issues and what they will, the teeter-totter effect to moving one thing and how it affects other things. So, you know, the idea of overburdening the organization with analysis on some of the things that we already have, I think should be done very, very carefully. Good enough to do.
Very well, thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. And
I just one quick point, because I just, at least for what I'm talking about, is not, I don't consider it overburdening anybody. On the one hand, someone can just pull the various reports this year that identify a need for additional resources, send those to me in one place. That's one thing you could do in the can. So I'm just being careful. What we're just talking about is we get a lot of requests for needs, and let's just take stock of what all those requests are. I think that's, at least from my standpoint, of what we're looking at, so that we can then be empowered to do what Commissioner Soboroff is suggesting that we can do, which is to weigh in on priorities, how this need compares to some of the others that have been identified.
absolutely, I think we're actually all on the same page. Just I think looking at it through different prisms, different perspectives, and I will ask the department to do a report back. I think the commission would benefit from looking at the entire spectrum of the alternative dispatch models, the MEU teams, all the different models that are looking at addressing, frankly, the needs of our community, and then all the different 911 calls coming in, and what alternatives are there available, and in part to address commission questions regarding where should we prioritize our efforts with the city council, with the county, and even with the federal government. So I think a comprehensive look at that, as well as Commissioner Bonner's request regarding all the different asks. And I think those are connected and yet slightly different requests as well. Chief, you're clear on what the direction is? I see heads nodding. Thank you so much for that nodding head. And I do want to compliment and thank Captain Waters, Detective Mercado, Sergeant Weiner. While I really can't see your faces from the position you're in the conference room, I do want to thank you for your presentation and all the work you're doing in this area. We'll be calling on you again in the future. With that, commissioners, are there any final questions, comments before I call the matter for a vote? Seeing no indications, the item 3C before us, the recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the Public Safety Committee. I will move the matter forward. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Our thanks again to all the presenters from the department. Thank you so much. The final matter on our agenda is item 4, the election of officers. And before I turn the microphone over to the board secretary, I'd just like to make a few brief comments as we turn to the election of officers. Today, my term as president of the Board of Police Commissioners has concluded. Pursuant to the city charter, I have now served the maximum two terms, and soon we will elect a new president. Before we do, colleagues, I'd like to just express some thanks to a number of people. I will privately express my thanks in more detail and to a broader group of people, but at this time, I'd just like to publicly thank a few. First, to you, my colleagues on the board, thank you for the honor of serving as president. It's a privilege to serve on the Board of Police Commissioners, and it has been a privilege to be its president. Thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to do so. To Chief Moore and to the command staff and to the men and women of this department who serve honorably, thank you for your many, many courtesies extended to me. Thank you for the many hours spent in meetings discussing and debating numerous issues. Most especially, thank you for all the debates, most especially where we had a disagreement. You've always shown dedication to service and a constant desire for improvement. Our future as a city will be made all the better due to this approach you have taken to your numerous responsibilities. To the Inspector General and the staff of the Office of Inspector General, thank you for your dedication and your professionalism in all you do. I've witnessed personally how incredibly hard you work. Your work is deeply meaningful. So many people work quietly and diligently behind the scenes, and I've always been impressed with your work ethic and with your sense of duty and fairness and objectivity. Thank you for all the work that you do. My sincere thanks to the commission staff who continue to serve this commission and assist us with all our duties, but most especially have done so heroically throughout the last year and a half, throughout the challenges presented by a global pandemic. And to all the many additional duties this has placed on you, the many additional demands on your time, your resiliency has shown throughout this entire period. Thank you for your continued dedication. You never once let us down. But most especially today, I'd like to express my profound gratitude to the Executive Director of the Commission, Mr. Richard T. Fank, who throughout nearly 2 decades of service to this city has worked with dozens of police commissioners in his tenure, and his service to this city and to this commission is characterized by professionalism, intelligence, compassion, and dedication. I consider it a privilege to have had the opportunity to work closely with him over the last 2 years, and it is an understatement that I could not have done this job without him, nor would I have wanted to. So thank you, sir, for your service, for your excellence, which is rarely acknowledged, and I wanted to be sure to do that and to make that acknowledgement public, and let that be my final act as president of the commission. Madam Secretary, please preside over the election of officers.
Okay, the floor is now open for the position of president. Do we have any nominations?
I would like to put forth a nomination, Madam Secretary.
Okay, proceed.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner William Briggs as president due to his immense dedication to service, particularly since his appointment to the commission last year.
I'd be honored to second that also.
Okay, seeing we have a second, do we have any other nominations? Okay, so we will put this motion to a roll call vote. Commissioner Bonner, how do you vote?
Yes, aye.
Commissioner Briggs?
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Kalanche?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Decker
Yes.
and Commissioner Sobroff.
Yes, my video is blocked somehow by the host. Can you double check that? There it is.
Okay. And by unanimous vote, we now have a new commission president, Commissioner Briggs. Congratulations. Okay, and now we will be taking nominations for the position of vice president. Do we have any nominations?
Right, Madam Secretary, I'd like to make a nomination here if I could. First, I wanted to thank Commissioner Decker for not only for her service, but also the class with which she concluded her tenure. And some months ago, I had nominated Commissioner Briggs for the vice president role. At that time, I think I was signaling the value in some fresh ideas and new perspectives. And similarly, from just a different perspective now, I'm looking at the issue of continuity and the value of the experience that Commissioner Decker brings to, I think would bring to this role based on the hard work that she's done over the past 2 years and the level of engagement that she's had with all of the number of items that not only have come before us and been acted on, but those that are many of which that are still pending. So it's in that spirit that I would request the continuation of her leadership on the board, but also enthusiastically nominate Commissioner Decker for vice president.
Okay, great. Do we have a second?
I would second that motion.
Okay, and do we have any other nominations? Okay, seeing as we don't have any, we'll move forward with the motion and put this to a roll call vote. Commissioner Bonner, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Briggs?
Yes.
Commissioner Kalanche?
Yes.
Commissioner Decker?
Yes.
And Commissioner Sobroff?
Yes, with the caveat that Commissioner Decker does not throw out her president cards because you can serve a second term. I wanted to let you know. Oh, you're shaking what? Okay, just point of information.
Okay, and by unanimous, by unanimous vote, we now have a new commission vice president. Congratulations, Commissioner Decker.
I want to start off by thanking all my colleagues for the trust that they have shown by elevating me to this position. I truly appreciate it. I want to also thank Mayor Garcetti, for first asking me to serve on this commission, demonstrating confidence and trust in me to be on this body, particularly in these challenging times. With respect to my fellow commissioners, I do want to call some of you out for a moment because you've been so instrumental and so helpful to me since being on the commission. Commissioner Decker, your stewardship for the police commissioner during this past year, particularly during this most difficult year for our city, for the police department, for the commission itself, has just been sterling. Your guidance, your wisdom, your tenacity in digging into issues, it has just, I don't know that I can fill your shoes. I'll say it that way because you have set an example for years to come within this commission. And I truly want to thank you for what you've done for our city, for the commission, for the department, and for myself. Commissioner Sobroff, you and I may not always see eye to eye, but you and I both have a fundamental passion for the city, public safety, which is unwavering, and also for moving the ball substantially in terms of technology for this department. But for you, the department would not have gone to body-worn video and other technological advances that we're making. So I want to thank you for what you've done, your stewardship as well on this department. Commissioner Kalanche, you and I have made fast partners of each other. I really appreciate it. Your work and you're pushing me to think new thoughts, particularly when it comes to training. Also with respect to community policing ideas is simply invaluable. And I truly look forward to working with you this upcoming year and beyond. And last but not least, Commissioner Bonner, you have demonstrated to me an ability to look at issues in a multifaceted fashion. One that on some level is granular, but when you zoom out, you can see the big picture, which helps all of us reach a better decision. And please don't stop. Please continue, because this truly helps me understand issues that are important not only to our city, but communities of color and the department as a whole. And so please, please, please continue on doing what you're doing. And as Commissioner Decker recognized, but for Mr. Tiefenk and his staff, we would not be able to do what we do. Mr. Tiefenk, you are invaluable. You're an invaluable source of the history of the department, the personnel in the department, the reason why certain policies exist. You are the glue that holds all of us together, and your service to this city and this department, it is just greatly appreciated. And I look forward to working with you this upcoming year. I also want to thank Chief Moore. Chief Moore and I have had candid discussions. We've debated certain issues, but what he always brings to the table is, as he put it, he's an honest broker and he gives insightful assessments. I truly look forward to working with you as well as your staff, as well as all of the command staff with whom I've worked already on a number of issues. They have been welcoming. We don't always see eye to eye. We've had good debates, but you know what? What I have found is that all of them are professional and they want to keep this city safe. And so that is first and foremost in their minds. And that's my understanding of all of them. And I truly appreciate them. And the same goes for all of the sworn and civilian staff of the LAPD who attempt to keep our city safe. I know that many of you are called upon daily to put your lives in danger. You do so willingly. You do so on behalf of the citizens of this of our city. And I, on behalf of fellow commissioners, want to say thank you. We are truly grateful to you. I want to say a couple of other things before we go into closed session. When I joined the commission in December 2020, this city and this department was still reeling from the aftermath of the civil protest arising from the death of George Floyd and others. In response to those protests, the city and the department has and continues to explore how to better deliver public safety to its citizens without appearing to be an occupying and suppressive force. Everyone with whom I've spoken, from the mayor to city council members, to community leaders, to members of the department themselves, recognize that the police alone cannot and should not be the answer to every issue we face. They understand that other resources are needed. But more importantly, in response to those challenges that arose last summer. My colleagues, prior to my getting on the commission, they took action. For example, they banned the carotid restraint hold. They permanently discontinued the use of the Cal Gangs database. They revised the LAPD's use of force policy to require any officer who intentionally points a firearm at a person to report the incident, and they require officers to observe another officer using unnecessary force to report these incidents to a superior officer and intercede. While my fellow commissioners have made many positive changes, I want to expand on those changes and build a better police department, one that is responsive to the community in which it provides public safety. Some of the additional changes that I want to advocate for are, we have asked our officers to intervene when they observe another officer using unnecessary force. But we have to provide them with the necessary training to do so. I want the officers to not only receive the necessary training to implement that policy, but I also want to expand this policy to include peer-to-peer intervention with regard to traffic stops, searches, and arrest when it appears that they arise from biased policing and not procedural justice. Additionally, the mayor has been an early supporter of the Community Safety Partnership Bureau and other programs that empower neighborhoods to co-own public safety. Last year, the department created a new bureau, Community Safety Partnership Bureau, which has seen tremendous success in building bonds of cooperation and partnership between the police force and communities of color. I would like to see this model of policing expanded because I believe it to be the cornerstone of reestablishing trust between our communities and the police and its model of 21st century policing. I would also like to see an expansion of beat patrols in certain areas of our city. I understand where we previously had huge success, the Hollywood division, where 60 officers were assigned to beat patrol provision, and it drove down crime rates, and it brought back more tourists, which is good for our city's economy and good for our city itself. One of the first commitments I undertook as a commissioner was to visit all 21 divisions of the department. I'm happy to report that as of last Friday, I accomplished that commitment. Some of the lessons I've learned from going around our city, speaking with patrol officers, speaking with citizens, is that if we have more beat patrols, it would make a significant difference in high crime areas. In order to get more beat patrols, we need more officers. And I intend to be a tireless advocate for the expansion of this type of policing because I believe it helps to establish bonds of cooperation, trust, and confidence in each other. I also want to see a more diverse and inclusive police department. I want to see more African-American police officers. I want to see more female officers. A recent article in the LA Times illustrated some of the problems faced by Black officers on the LAPD, not only within the department, but also from the community. I will work tirelessly to address those issues and continue to push the department to increase the number of both female and Black officers. I also will advocate, as we've just heard, for an increase in the number of mental evaluation units and SMART units. Beyond those numbers that we discussed today, I understand that there are too many calls received by the department that concern someone who is facing a mental health crisis. And on many of the ride-alongs that I have participated in, I have witnessed many such incidents. We simply need more MEUs in order to face the growing crisis, since police officers are often ill-equipped to handle such calls. Finally, I'd like to address some of the comments that we receive on a weekly basis from many of the community members who are concerned about our city. Many of you have repeatedly called or raised concerns about over-policing in the communities of color, allocation of city resources to community-based organizations rather than the police department, excessive use of force, and at times a general disdain for the police. I want to be perfectly clear where I stand. I do not agree with the defund the police notion. Our communities of color that are most impacted by crime, many of which have seen homicide rates rise above 30% this year alone, cannot afford to go without law enforcement. Communities of color need police assistance to address the horrible crimes that occur daily. As for excessive force claims, I agree that when an officer uses excessive force, he or she should be held to account. And I intend to do so on this commission. Last, I believe that we need more, not less police. I previously had mentioned expansion of those programs that I support, community-based policing, more beat patrols, a more diverse force. In order to see an expansion of these initiatives, we simply need a larger, not smaller department. As it stands, Los Angeles Police Department is the smallest big city police department in the nation. That simply is unacceptable, particularly when we will hold the World Cup and Olympics will be coming to the city of Los Angeles. As it stands, I question whether or not we have the resources to face those challenges. I will say this also. My door to the community will always be open. I will work with the community members, but paramount on my mind is public safety for all of us, because I think that that is the purview of this commission, as well as the LAPD. Regardless of what you may think at the present, I want to say this. The men and women of this department who I've met on my tour through all the divisions have a sincere desire to help our citizens and to keep us safe. I do too. Thank you, and thank you for elevating me to this position, and I hope to at least partially fill the shoes of Commissioner Decker. Madam Secretary, I'd like you to take us into closed session now. Thank you all, colleagues.
Okay, the Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 4A, 4B, and 4C in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much. I see the commissioners are present. I should let the record reflect Commissioner Briggs was with us during the closed session. He needed to leave about 2 minutes ago, and we concluded our meeting shortly thereafter, but he was present for all votes. Mr. Tiefenk, would you kindly close out the closed session, please?
Yes, in closed session item 5A1 Leary 038-20. The Chief of Police recommendations were unanimously adopted on a 5-0 vote. Those recommendations were tactics, administrative disapproval, 2 police officer 2s, tactical debrief 1 sergeant 1, and 2 police officer 2s. Non-lethal use of force in policy, no further action, 4 police officer 2s. As to item 5B, that item was continued to next week, 8/3/2021. 8C1 item was discussed.
Thank you very much. I will move that we adjourn today's meeting. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Oh, opposed? Anyone opposed? Thank you. It passes 4-0. We will stand adjourned until our next regularly scheduled meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.